Chapter 217. Hee, Immortal Master, you are the one who usually beats people up. When have you ever thought of being beaten up by others? Today, you will not be able to explain yourself. Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and sneered. Ling Xiao, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Fine, let's see who dares to touch me today. Immortal Master Yunshu's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Ling Xiao. He had thought that someone would take the opportunity to cause trouble, but he did not expect that the one leading them would be an ant. I dare. Emperor Ling took a step forward and charged towards Immortal Master Yunshu. Behind him, there seemed to be a heavenly palace. Celestial shadows flickered and the sun and moon appeared. You are about to die, and you still dare to be arrogant. Far away, Wan Ren's enemy smiled. The demonic light around him engulfed the sky and covered the sky. For the Saint Sect. For justice. For the Qin Emperor. Kill! Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and roared into the sky. His eyes were filled with tears. Kill! For the Saint Sect. Kill the traitor Yunshu! The sky suddenly darkened. Rays of spiritual light collided in the sky. Countless Yunshu elders turned into blood mist and fell from the sky. Damn Ling Xiao! Kill him! We can lose this battle, but Ling Xiao must die! Celestial Master Yun Su roared and smashed the hammer in his hand down, but it was stopped in midair by Emperor Ling in a white robe. You, Ling Xiao, die! Many Immortal Master Yunshu elders looked at Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the latter only smiled faintly and turned to walk in the opposite direction. *CK. That kid is escaping. Immortal Master Yunshu, follow me. A God King elder from Yunshu suddenly bellowed furiously. With a flash, he chased after Ling Xiao. However, just as their figures landed, they suddenly saw a charming smile blossom on the young man's face. Immortal Master Yunshu, are you trying to bully me? Humph. Ling Xiao, if it wasn't for you, my Cloudy Dew Immortal Sect wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Die. God King Cloudy Dew's face was already as dark as iron. Especially when he saw his fellow disciples being killed one after another, it made him feel extremely resentful. The Cloudy Dew Immortal Sect was originally the most prominent cultivation sect in the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent. However, in the blink of an eye, not only did they bear the crime of betraying the Holy Church, but they also ended up dead. Furthermore, most importantly, even if they died, they wouldn't be able to get rid of the blame on their backs. Wait a minute. Ling Xiao raised his hand and stopped the Divine King Powerhouse, who was speeding towards him. You're only regretting when you're about to die? Too late, the God King sneered. However, just as he finished speaking, a talisman suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Then he viciously crushed it. Buzz! Space trembled. Terrifying auras suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the God King. Six God Kings. Danyuan sacred ground. All right, Elder, you may continue. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile and continued to descend towards the Qin clan. Damn it! Boom! Terrifying spiritual light descended, like a huge net. No matter how many tricks God King Cloudy Dew had up his sleeves, he was still unable to struggle in front of 6 God Kings. In a short moment, his physical body was shattered and his divine soul was destroyed. Ling Xiao landed on the ground. Looking at the bloody light and soul power that filled the sky, he sighed softly. What a waste! However, with so many Eastern border God Emperors present, even if he was given 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to devour their divine souls in front of everyone. He could only shake his head and look at the Qin clan's ancestor, who was standing in front of the sacred hall. Others may not be able to, but this old thing can be used. Lord Ling Xiao. Qin Lung's figure flew over from the side. His face was pale and his aura was extremely weak. However, there was still a faint, bitter smile on his face. He seemed to be pleasantly surprised by Ling Xiao's appearance. Young Master Lung. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with sorrow. You've suffered. Young Master, what are you saying? If it wasn't for you, my Qin clan wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Qin Lung sighed softly. In the surroundings, many people from the Qin clan walked over and bowed towards Ling Xiao, especially the Qin family's old ancestor, whose dim soul was actually emitting a trace of sadness. Lord Ling Xiao, I didn't expect that after 1,000 years of enmity between our clans, you would be the one to protect my Qin clan's inheritance. At this moment, the Qin clan's ancestor no longer had the dignity he had in the past. He was like an old man who was past his prime. He could die at any moment. His physical body was shattered and his divine soul was damaged. To a god emperor like him, who didn't have much lifespan left, this injury was fatal. Ancestor, what are you saying? Cultivators of our generation should uphold justice and be loyal to the sacred sect. The enmity between our clans is just a small grudge. Cloudy Dew is arrogant and his heart is worthy of death. This is a huge grudge. Ling Xiao isn't talented, but I can still differentiate between the enmity between my clan and the world. Ling Xiao sighed. His gaze was filled with reverence as he looked at the Qin Emperor's corpse on top of the sacred hall. If the corpse of a god emperor was refined into a puppet, it should be very strong, right? But if he kept it in his spatial ring now, would he be killed by the people of the Qin clan? The Qin Emperor is loyal and righteous. He is truly a role model for our generation. Such an expert should be praised by the world. Ancestor, I wonder what your plans are now. Ling Xiao cried out in grief. His face was filled with sorrow. As for the Qin clan's ancestor, he sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm afraid this soul body of mine won't be able to hold on for more than a few days. Lord Ling Xiao, I have a presumptuous request. Ancestor, please speak. The Qin clan is full of loyalty. Not to mention a presumptuous request. Even if you want Ling Xiao to take over the Qin clan, I won't reject it. Ling Xiao's expression turned solemn. He stood straight and had a righteous look on his face. Although the Qin clan's ancestor felt that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao's words, looking at his solemn expression, he couldn't tell what was wrong. Lord Ling Xiao, today, more than half of the experts of the Qin clan have died. Among the direct descendants, only Qin Lung is still alive. Hence, I hope that you can protect him for 10 years. After 10 years, whether the Qin clan will rise or fall will be decided by the heavens. The Qin clan's ancestor sighed. He lifted his head and looked at the Ling Emperor, who was holding back immortal Master Cloudy Dew. His aged eyes contained a hint of unwillingness. They were both supreme ancient clans with thousands of years of history. But after today, the fate of the Qin clan and Ling clan would be completely different. It's all Heaven's will's fault. Ancestor, please be careful with your words. I can't afford to be called Heaven's will. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. Actually, Ancestor, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Your injuries aren't fatal. Hearing that, it wasn't just the Qin clan's ancestor. Even the surrounding Qin clan's members were stunned. Without the protection of an immortal emperor, they knew what the Qin clan would face. Even if the ancestor didn't have much lifespan left and his battle prowess was low, he was still an immortal emperor. As long as he was alive, the Qin clan wouldn't fall completely. Otherwise, they would lose both their reputation and their lives. Chapter 218. Young Master, are you serious? The body of the old ancestor of the Qin clan trembled. His aged face was filled with agitation. Wasn't it good to be alive? Moreover, Ling Xiao's mother was the primordial pill holy master, the Eastern Frontier's #1 pill refiner and one of the few God Emperor pill refiners in the Shenzhou continent. Just based on these few titles, it was enough to make people look forward to it. Perhaps this young man really had a way to recover his soul? Sigh, old ancestor, we can give it a try, but whether or not we can succeed, sigh. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but hesitated. The meaning behind his words was extremely clear. I have a way to heal you. But if I can't heal you, I'm afraid you'll die on the spot. Young master, I'm willing to give it a try. How could the old ancestor of the Qin clan have any more misgivings? Now he didn't have much time left. At most, he would be reduced to ashes in 2 or 3 days. There was not much difference between dying now and dying 2 days later. As long as there was a sliver of hope, he was willing to give it a try. Sigh, old ancestor, I shouldn't have said that. Otherwise, once we fail, everyone from the Qin clan sigh. Ling Xiao looked a little embarrassed and even a little regretful. Young master is righteous. How could we be so ungrateful? Qin Lung was stunned and exclaimed in shock right away. That's right, young master. Today, if it wasn't for you, my Qin clan would have been destroyed. Why would we still blame you? That's right, young master. How can we be like Yin Shu and that group of bastards? They speak of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but are actually sinister and vicious behind their backs. They actually want to replace the Holy Church. Done. The old ancestor of the Qin clan sighed softly. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Young master, I don't have long to live. What's there to complain about? Even if I die in your hands today, it's fate. I, Qin, will only be grateful and won't feel any hatred at all. Also, all of you, if I don't transcend this tribulation today, I will definitely endure it silently in the future. I will definitely respect the Lord Ling Xiao and have a heart of gratitude. Ancestor, sigh, now that you've said it like this, if Ling Xiao were to refuse again, it would truly seem as if he doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and looked up at the sky. There, the clouds were shattered and the stars were reversed. Terrifying spiritual radiance covered the sky. However, Immortal Master Cloudy Millet and Feng Baiyang had already shown signs of defeat. It probably wouldn't be long before these two people were completely defeated. As for whether he could escape or not, there were 6 God Emperor experts here. If they still couldn't kill 2 more God Emperors, it could only be said that it was the dog-like author's mischief. Ling Xiao believed in Emperor Ling. He always felt that his father was the one who was truly unfathomable. Furthermore, if he didn't remember wrongly, he seemed to have a missing grandfather. However, Emperor Ling never mentioned anything about it. Even the clan thought that the old man had died long ago. However, when Ling Xiao was young, he often saw Ling Tianlin standing alone on the mountain peak, looking up at the sky with longing in his eyes. As for whether the old man had ascended to heaven or not, Ling Xiao did not know, but he guessed that it wasn't as simple as death. Young master, come on. I am willing to give it a try. The Qin clan's old ancestor took in a deep breath. He looked as though he was ready to face death. All right, since old ancestor has made up your mind, Ling Xiao will give it a try. However, there are too many people here. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient, Ling Xiao frowned. The Qin clan's people opened up a path for him. Young master, let's go to our Qin clan's sacred palace. We are willing to protect young master with our lives. All right, old ancestor, please. Ling Xiao extended his hand. The Qin clan's old ancestor no longer hesitated. He limped towards the sacred palace. What's going on? I am clearly injured in my soul. Why do my legs feel uncomfortable? When the two of them entered the sacred palace, the Qin clan's experts closed the doors and waited. Young master, come on. The Qin clan's old ancestor closed his eyes and opened his arms. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Old ancestor, my treasure is in my soul sea. Old ancestor, please enter my soul sea. Soul Sea? Seems like it's a supreme treasure that can nourish the soul. That's true as well. Right now, only such a supreme treasure would be able to heal the injuries to my soul. The Qin clan's old ancestor had a heavy look on his face as he nodded. He didn't doubt Ling Xiao at all, and was directly kept by Ling Xiao into his soul sea. Bzz. A strange soul wind silently drifted over. The Qin clan's old ancestor was stunned. This was especially so when he saw the gigantic black palace before him. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. What is this? Oh, old ancestor, this is the supreme treasure of my Ling people, the Moon Palace. It's a supreme treasure that can nourish the soul. Let's go. I will personally send old ancestor into the palace. It might be a little painful at the start, but after a short while, old ancestor will be able to transcend. Ling Xiao smiled warmly. He lifted his hand and held the Qin clan's old ancestor's arm as he led him into the Soul Palace. No matter how heavily injured the Qin clan's old ancestor was, he was still a god emperor. Qin Wentian couldn't be careless at all. Oh, okay. Although at this moment the Qin clan's old ancestor felt that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao's words, he still walked into the Black Palace with Ling Xiao's help. Given Ling Xiao's cultivation base, even if he managed to create a soul palace, he shouldn't be so terrifying. Hence, this should be a supreme treasure for the soul. Bzz. The soul wind beside his ears grew colder and colder, containing a hint of bloodlust. Even with the temperament of the Qin clan's old ancestor, he still felt an indescribable sense of fear at this moment. Old ancestor, don't be nervous. The first time is always a little scary. Just wait a while, everything will be fine. You will comprehend the boundless. Ling Xiao stood before the Soul Palace and gently pushed the Qin clan's old ancestor into it. His lips curled up into a smile. How delightful. MHM? The Qin clan's old ancestor's soul body trembled. He only felt his feet slipping, and his entire being was pulled into the Black Palace by a mysterious force. Boom! A terrifying tearing force instantly gushed over. A look of bewilderment appeared in the eyes of the Qin clan's old ancestor. See, why do I feel that something is wrong? My soul energy seems to be being devoured by this palace. That's impossible. Young master said that it would be painful at the start. I should endure it for a while more. The Qin clan's old ancestor sat cross-legged on the spot until half of his body disappeared. Only then did he raise his head with a look of fear. At this moment, at the peak of the palace, a handsome face was staring down at him. The indifference in his eyes was like that of a god looking down on mortals. Ling Xiao, what's going on? Old ancestor, seems like this supreme treasure of mine doesn't really like you. I'm afraid you are going to die here today. Ling Xiao calmly smiled. The gentleness and righteousness from earlier was nowhere to be seen on his face. You could it be? Ling Xiao. Such an evil art. Old ancestor, what is evil? In this world, there are good and evil people. When your Qin clan tried to rope in the Sea clan, you should have known that you would end up like this. Ling Xiao grinned. He suddenly descended from the sky. Gradually, his figure turned blurry and expanded. Eventually, he transformed into a bizarre devil shadow that enveloped the soul body of the Qin clan's old ancestor. So it's you, Ling Xiao. Ah! The miserable screams came to an abrupt halt. The soul palace that was originally thousands of feet tall suddenly grew several tens of feet taller. Resplendent soul light shone from it as devilish intent churned around it. Chapter 219. This height should be comparable to a 6th or 7th stage divine king, right? Ling Xiao stood below the Soul Palace and looked at the pitch-black ancient palace that was surrounded by demonic light. His expression was indifferent. After planning for a long time, Yun Shu and the Qin clan had finally reached the end of their road. As for the rewards, the entire foundation of a supreme Taoism orthodoxy and the divine soul of an emperor god, every single one of them could be considered a heavenly fortune. In that case, it was not a waste for him to set up such a big plan. Buzz. The door of the Qin clan's sacred palace suddenly opened. The gazes of everyone from the Qin clan instantly gathered on the white-robed figure who stepped out. However, at this moment, the Qin clan's old ancestor was not behind him. In fact, there was even a hint of mist in his eyes. It was going well. Unfortunately, the old ancestor's injuries are too severe, and he doesn't have much time left. Ling Xiao held his forehead. His face suddenly turned pale, and he almost fell to the ground. Lord Ling Xiao. Qin Lung stepped out and quickly supported Ling Xiao's arm. Young master, you're tired. It was obvious that Lord Ling Xiao must have used all his strength to the point of collapsing. Unfortunately, the old ancestor was not strong enough. Young master is righteous. Lord Ling Xiao, the Qin clan will remember this kindness in their hearts. Some Qin clan's elders sighed and looked at him with respect. Young master is righteous. Countless Qin clan's experts began to shout. Boom! At the same time, a loud sound suddenly came from thousands of miles high in the sky. Then Immortal Master Yun Shu's angry roar could be heard. Even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. The dignified Immortal Master Yun Shu chose to self-destruct his divine soul and physical body. Humph! How dare you show off your insignificant skill before an expert? Great mighty demonic dragon, Wan Ren's enemy, and Ling Tianlin looked at each other. Spiritual light shone from their hands at the same time and turned into a boundless barrier that completely sealed the space where Immortal Master Yun Shu was. Buffed! The originally overwhelming spiritual power suddenly let out a muffled sound. The 10,000 men's enemy and Ling Tianlin merely swayed their bodies and blocked the power. At the same time, all the battles in the air came to an end. All of Cloud Shu's experts had perished. Although the other sects also lost a few elders, most of them were of the deity overlord level. Ling people, myriad Tao Devil sect, and the remaining experts from the other ancient sects and holy grounds descended from the sky and stood in front of the Qin clan's sacred palace. Boom! Above the sage palace, the Qin emperor's figure suddenly fell to the ground. The figures of several Qin clan's experts flashed as they caught Qin Wentian. Emperor, I can finally rest in peace. Haha, since Yun Shu has been killed, elders of the Qin clan, shouldn't we discuss the grudges between your clan and our sacred Cloud ancient sect? Among the crowd, a god emperor suddenly laughed. He inclined his head and stared at the people of the Qin clan. What a joke! Yun Shu's destruction was his own doing. But now, 2 emperors of the Qin clan had died. Who would be willing to miss out on such a fat piece of meat? Haha, if God Emperor Shengyan hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. It seems like the Qin clan took away 7 ancient cities of my Forgotten River ancient clan. This matter. A group of god emperors glared at the people of the Qin clan, but the faces of the people of the Qin clan were filled with bitterness. Human hearts. Even if their god emperors had died for the sake of the saint sect, in the face of benefits, this group of god emperors could not wait to bear their fangs. Emperor Ling, we know that Ling people and the Qin clan have always had a grudge. Why don't we use this opportunity to get rid of them together? Of course, with Immortal Master Yun Shu's death, the strongest people in the eastern border were only the emperor of the Ling people, the Misty Palace's palace master, and that person. But now the 2 supreme Taoist orthodoxies were connected by marriage. In other words, the Ling people were the strongest in the eastern border. Ha ha ha, I disagree with your words. Just as the people of the Qin clan were in despair, a gentle and clear voice suddenly came from the crowd. Soon after, a white-clothed figure strode to the front of the crowd. Ling Tianlin and the others narrowed their eyes and looked at Ling Xiao doubtfully. It should not be. Given this kid's temperament, shouldn't he be more eager to kill the Qin clan and fight for the good fortune? Today, Emperor Qin, you have proven your Tao with your life. You are the role model of the eastern border. In order to exterminate the evil sect, the Qin clan did not hesitate to risk the destruction of their clan. But now, you want to hit them when they are down. I advise you to be more humane. Ling Xiao was impassioned and indignant. He scolded the god emperors and god kings until their expressions changed. They actually felt a little guilty. Of course, if it was someone else who dared to speak to them like this, they were afraid that the leaders of the major sects present would slap him to death. Are you teaching me how to do things? However, Ling Xiao's identity was special. Not only was he the successor of the Ling people, but he was also the young master of the demonic sect. He also had the elixir, sacred ground behind him. Therefore, even the other two god emperors did not dare to say a word. They were afraid that Emperor Ling and the others would take the opportunity to deal with them. Now, the Qin clan is swaying in the wind and rain, but the spirit of Emperor Qin should stay in the hearts of all cultivators. Today, I, Ling Xiao, will put my words here. If anyone dares to touch the Qin clan, I will destroy the entire Ling people and the myriad Tao demon sect. I'm proud. What can you do to me? Hearing this, all the people of the Qin clan started to cry. When they looked at the tall figure in white again, they saw true respect in their eyes. Who in the world doesn't know you? Immortal robes fluttering in the wind? Lord Ling Xiao, you are the role model of our generation. At this moment, the group of powerful cultivators looked at Emperor Ling and the myriad Tao demon sect's enemy in confusion. There was a trace of surprise on their faces. Judging from the tone of the successor of the Ling people, it seemed that he was the one who had the final say in the two supreme orthodoxies. Ling Tianlin was not too surprised. Based on his understanding of Ling Xiao, he was sure that this lad had a backup plan. As for the myriad Tao demon sect's enemy, although he was unwilling, he did not say anything. His face was dark. F***CK. Why didn't I know that you could mobilize the entire sect? However, when he thought about how Ling Xiao had almost single-handedly planned this earth-shattering battle, he felt a slight chill in his heart. Yun Shu and Qin clan, two supreme Taoist orthodoxies, had been destroyed today. Perhaps others didn't know, but he did. Behind all of this young man, who was only in the Palang stage, had plotted everything step by step. How terrifying was his scheming and courage. Even the myriad Tao demon sect's emperor god was ashamed of his inferiority. Haha, what are you talking about, young master? If that's the case, then let's forget about the grudge between the Qin clan and our sect. Yes, the Qin clan's righteousness is admirable. However, I think that young master is the real hero. He is unparalleled in the world. Lord Ling Xiao, you are the role model of the Eastern Territory's heaven's pride. Ha ha ha. We have important matters to attend to in the sect. We will not accompany you. Goodbye. Goodbye. The group of powerful cultivators nodded and smiled. In the blink of an eye, they left in a hurry. Seeing this, the myriad Tao demon sect's emperor god and Ling Tianlin looked at Ling Xiao seriously. They seemed to be asking for his opinion. However, the latter only shook his head slightly and looked at Qin Lung again. Chapter 220. How could Ling Xiao not know their intentions when the experts left in a hurry? Now, all the experts of Cloud Du had fallen here. Even immortal Master Cloud Du was dead. What about the foundation of the immortal sects? Hee. Wait for them to work hard to break through the protective array. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Just now, before the Qin clan's old ancestor passed away, he asked me to take care of the Qin clan and protect the only direct descendant of the Qin clan, Qin Lung. Ling Xiao sighed and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Originally, I didn't want to interfere with the matters of the Qin clan. However, the old ancestor's last words forced me to take up this responsibility. Now, I recommend young Master Qinlun to be the new clan master of the Qin clan. Does anyone have any objections? Qinlun? Clan master? The elders of the Qin clan looked at each other. Among them, a divine marquis old man shook his head with a gloomy expression. This is not appropriate. Oh! Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his face. Now that the Qin clan's calamity has just passed, the position of clan master must be taken up by a steady elder. Moreover, Qinlung's cultivation is too low. How can he convince the others? The divine marquis old man was neither servile nor overbearing. It was as though he didn't see the gloomy expression in Ling Xiao's eyes. Qinli, I haven't settled the score with you yet. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to cause trouble. The moment the Qin clan elder finished speaking, a divine marquis of the Qin clan suddenly took a step forward. Spiritual light flashed in his hand, and he directly crushed Qin Li to death. Humph! This Qin Li was flirting with a mortal master cloud due just now, and he even dared to refute the old ancestor's last words. Leaving him alive is a disaster. Although the Qin clan is facing difficulties now, as long as we are united, we will definitely be able to get through it. The divine marquis elder's voice was loud and clear. His words instantly ignited the atmosphere. After saying that, he retreated back into the crowd, leaving the stage for Ling Xiao alone. This elder is the backbone of the Qin clan. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. Although he didn't know if this person was a spy of the Ling people, it was clear that this action had helped him intimidate some disobedient members of the Qin clan. Right now, the Qin clan only had 2 deity kings left. Deity overlords were already considered the peak of their strength. At this moment, Ling Xiao could not help but cry. He should not have done this. He shouldn't have exterminated the Si clan earlier. He should have waited for them to submit to the Qin clan. Presumably, their expressions today would be quite interesting, right? Does anyone have any objections? Ling Xiao's gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone who met his gaze had a trace of fear in their eyes. F***CK. Do I dare to have an opinion? Wasn't it nice to be alive? All right, since no one has any objections, Sir Lung, from today onwards, you are the clan leader of the Qin clan. Ling Xiao smiled warmly and nodded at Qinlun. The latter's face was blank, and he couldn't react for a moment. What, the leader of the Qin clan? From a minor character, I only used tens of chapters to sit on the throne of the Qin clan's overlord? In the entire Xingzhou, there didn't seem to be a 20-year-old overlord, right? Unknowingly, I became the number 1 person. All of this was like a dream. In short, I have to thank the Lord Ling Xiao for bringing me to the peak of my life. At this moment, Qinlun was a little dumbfounded. However, the sadness in his heart seemed to have dissipated a little. Welcome the ascension of the Qin clan's new overlord. The remaining 2 deity kings of the Qin clan immediately bowed. Everyone in the Qin clan followed suit. However, just as they were sighing in their hearts, Qinlung's next action caused their expressions to instantly freeze. Today it's all thanks to the Lord Ling Xiao that our clan has overcome all difficulties. Since I'm the new overlord, I hereby announce that from today onwards, the Qin clan will submit to the Ling people and become a vassal of the Ling people. F***CK. The entire Qin clan's sacred ground suddenly turned silent. Everyone looked at the young man who was filled with admiration. They remained silent for a long time. This is it. Our Qin clan's 1,000-year foundation is handed over to the Ling people, just like that. Oh! A hint of surprise flashed past Ling Xiao's face as well. He knew that Qinlun had completely submitted to him in his heart. However, he didn't expect that Qinlun would be so eager to hug his thigh. Qinlun, you are wise. This cough. Qin clan leader, is this true? Of course it's true. Lord Ling Xiao, from today onwards, The entire Qin clan will be loyal to the Ling people. Qin Lung was flushed with success, and his face was filled with shyness. Finally, he could follow Lord Ling Xiao legitimately. He didn't have to worry about his identity as a Qin clan disciple anymore. All right, since Qin clan leader insists, then I will represent the Ling people to accept you. Father, why don't you send a capable elder to help Qin clan leader settle the Qin clan's affairs? Ling Xiao turned his head and glanced at Ling Tianlin. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly before he nodded lightly. All right, 2 elders. You will follow Qin clan leader in case Yun Shu's evil intentions don't die and wants to incite the relationship between the Ling people and the Qin clan. Yes. In the crowd, 2 divine king powerhouses immediately walked out. They bowed towards Ling Tian and walked over to Qin Lung's side with large strides. Young master, you are really thoughtful. You even sent people to protect me. Qin Lung's eyes were filled with tears as he bowed deeply to Ling Xiao. I have finished the righteous battle. I have finished the path I should have taken. As for the crown, there will naturally be someone to protect it for me. Everyone farewell. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He looked at Qin Lung deeply before he turned and flew towards the horizon. In the end, he didn't dare to ask for the Qin Emperor's corpse. Otherwise, this group of sorrowful and aggrieved Qin clan people would betray him on the spot. The Ling people and the experts of the Danyuan sacred ground also turned and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wan Rendi's eyes were filled with thoughts. In the end, he didn't stop for a moment and chased after Ling Xiao. After fighting for so long, the myriad Tao demon sect didn't get anything? About the Cloudy Dew immortal sect. Ling Tianlin stood beside Ling Xiao, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Wan Rendi's figure also followed behind him. Father, sect master, the most important thing now is to take over the Cloudy Dew immortal sect's subordinate forces. As for the fortune on the Cloudy Dew immortal mountain, I'm afraid it's too late. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The 2 god emperors' eyes suddenly narrowed. Too late? Could it be? Based on their understanding of Ling Xiao, since he said such words, it was likely that he had already prepared for it. Emperor Ling, the myriad Tao demon sect, will take over the south of the Cloudy Dew immortal mountain. Ling people, how about that? Wan Rendi's face was calm, but there was a hint of urgency in his eyes. We will do as you say, sect master. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. They were about to leave. Father, sect master, wait a minute. What's wrong? The 2 god emperors frowned and looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. I really like Cloudy Dew immortal master's hammer. With 1 more Tao artifact, I will have 1 more way to protect myself. You don't want me to die before you, right? Wan Rendi's enemy gritted his teeth and took out the purple golden divine hammer under Ling Xiao's indifferent gaze. He threw it at Ling Xiao and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ling Tianlin smiled faintly and disappeared as well. You guys are really anxious. CK. How can we not be anxious? If you think of something else, we will have fought this battle for nothing. Ling Xiao shook his head and walked towards the myriad Tao demon mountain. Now that this matter was over, it was time to prepare for the myriad sect martial arts meeting. With the villain points he had accumulated, it should not be a problem for him to enter the divine general realm. By then, who in the entire eastern border's younger generation would be his match? Xia Qin, an expert's possession? Lin Shi. There was also his sister who was hiding somewhere. Another bountiful harvest. Chapter 221. Cloudy Millet Immortal Sect. Countless experts descended from the sky and looked at the ancient array that covered the entire celestial gate. Their eyes were filled with greed. Now that Yun Shu's experts had all died in the Qin clan, even if there were still people guarding the sect, there would only be a few rotten fish and shrimps left. Although the array in front of them was quite powerful, with so many experts here, would they not be able to break the tortoise shell? They would not be able to eat the Qin clan's fat meat. However, they should be satisfied with being able to get a share of the resources of this supreme sage, orthodoxy. Everyone, let's work together to break this array, shall we? The emperor of the sacred cloud ancient sect took a step forward and vaguely looked like he was leading the group. Other than him, there was only one other emperor god expert who was one stage lower than him. Therefore, no one dared to refute his words. Dazzling spiritual light suddenly lit up around them. Tisk! Boom! Terrifying attacks fell one after another. Palms as big as the sky, ancient seals that shone with 7-colored divine light, and various axes and swords fell from the sky and slammed into the ancient array. The void shattered layer by layer, and the sound of Tao reverberated for thousands of miles. However, the ancient array only shook for a moment before it returned to normal. What a terrifying array! No wonder that old bastard Yunqing dares to lead so many experts to attack the Qin clan. It seems that the grade of this ancient array is not low. Everyone, don't be discouraged. No matter how powerful the array is, it won't last long without an expert controlling it. Everyone, continue to attack with me. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sounds of collision did not stop for a long time and lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Countless cultivators within 1,000 miles of the cloudy millet immortal sect looked at the attacks that were like divine punishment. Besides fear, there was also a hint of sadness in their eyes. If it was any other day, no one in the entire Xingzhou eastern border would dare to be so disrespectful to the cloudy millet immortal sect. But now, the name of Yin Shu would probably be forgotten by the world very soon. Crack! On the 5th day, a clear cracking sound suddenly came from above the ancient array. The eyes of the pale-faced experts of the eastern border suddenly flashed with a strange light. It broke. Finally, the brilliance above the formation flickered and disappeared, turning into streams of light that filled the sky and dissipated. Gulp! Countless experts swallowed hard as their faces gradually turned red from excitement. Just thinking about the resources of a supreme Taoism orthodoxy was enough to excite anyone. So, when the first sound of wind breaking resounded, streams of light fell from the sky like a meteor shower, illuminating the firmament. However, just as everyone landed before the celestial sect's temple, their expressions suddenly froze. Why was the cloudy millet immortal sect so quiet? There was not even a single person in sight. With the cultivation of Emperor God Shenyun and the others, it was impossible for them not to sense the strangeness of this place. They immediately frowned and released their Emperor God auras. How is that possible? Could it be that the cultivators here knew about it in advance and hid? That's impossible. The array is activated. They can't get out at all. That's strange. I don't care anymore. Let's go take a look at the treasure vault at the back of the mountain. Saint Cloud God Emperor stepped out and took the lead, heading towards the back mountain of Yunshu. Let's go. However, when everyone arrived at the treasury, they realized that other than Saint Cloud God Emperor's figure, there was not even a single spiritual stone in the treasury. Saint Cloud God Emperor's body trembled as he swallowed hard. Everyone, listen to me, Saint Cloud God Emperor. Aren't you a little too greedy? There are a total of 9 floors in the treasury. How could you take all the spiritual treasures for yourself? Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? The Emperor from the River of Forgetfulness clan sneered as a cold aura rippled around him. No, Brother Forgetfulness. When I came here, this place was empty. Saint Cloud God Emperor smiled awkwardly. He naturally knew how weak his excuse was. The ancient array of the cloudy millet immortal sect was in perfect condition. It was impossible for anyone to leave. Moreover, the cloudy millet immortal master did not believe that this expedition to the Qin clan would end in death. How could he have moved the treasures to another place in advance? Oh, Saint Cloud God Emperor, you mean there's something fishy about the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect. Not only did they sneak into the ancient array, but they also secretly took away the entire sect's resources? Is that what you mean? Saint Cloud God Emperor sneered. Do you believe that yourself? No, Brother Forgetfulness, I know. Saint Cloud God Emperor slapped his thigh. It's the Saint sect. An almighty from the Saint sect must have come here to kill the Cloudy Millet Immortal Master and take away the good fortune. The Saint sect. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. However, even if an almighty from the Saint sect had come, how could they explain the ancient array outside the mountain? Could it be that the Saint sect had left behind an ancient array after killing the Cloudy Millet Immortal Master? Was that possible? Not to mention that they had rushed here from the moment they killed the Cloudy Millet Immortal Master. They did not stop at all along the way. The eastern border was 108,943 miles away from the center of the Xingzhou. Even if an almighty from the Saint sect had heard the news and rushed here, it was impossible for them to be so fast. Therefore, this deduction was not accurate. The answer was much clearer. Haha, Saint Cloud God Emperor. Do you think that we are 3-year-old children? If you don't share the good fortune with us today, don't blame us for being impolite. Saint Cloud God Emperor of River of Forgetfulness shouted coldly. Divine light flickered around his body as if he was ready to fight at any moment. I have said that the good fortune is not with me. Saint Cloud God Emperor was clearly angry. His Saint Cloud Ancient sect was a supreme sect. Although it was not as powerful as the Cloudy Millet Immortal Master and the Qin clan, it had been passed down for thousands of years. How could it be threatened by the ancient River of Forgetfulness clan? Saint Cloud God Emperor, most people die because of greed. Although our cultivation is not as strong as yours, if we work together, why don't you take off your clothes and let us search for you? Another divine, King Powerhouse, expressed their intentions. How dare you? I said I didn't see it, so I didn't see it. If you have the guts, you can fight with me. Saint Cloud God Emperor was the leader of a supreme orthodoxy in the eastern border. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Saint Cloud God Emperor of River of Forgetfulness clan shot up into the sky. There seemed to be a Tao shadow flickering around him. Humph, do you think I am afraid of you? Saint Cloud God Emperor of River of Forgetfulness took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Saint Cloud. His palms shone with 7 colors as he slammed them down. Everyone, let's work together and kill him. Boom! The eastern border of Xingzhou, which had just quieted down, was once again filled with the sound of clashing spiritual powers. A leader of a sect under the Cloudy Millet Immortal Master cried bitterly as he looked at the countless disciples in front of him. Everyone, the Cloudy Millet Immortal Master is dead. I want to hear you call me Sect Master. F***CK. Whose disciples are you talking to? The sound of wind breaking rang out. The prosperous sects instantly dispersed. At the same time, the remaining ancient cities and territories of the Cloudy Millet Immortal Master and the Ling people had been divided up. The storm had come to an end. However, all the leaders of the supreme orthodoxies had a feeling that this was just the beginning. Unknowingly, the situation in the eastern border had changed. However, they did not know which sect would be the next to be destroyed. Chapter 222. In a courtyard on the peak of the Great Demon Sect. Ling Xiao held a cup of tea in his hand and sipped it gently. Xiao, too, stood silently in the distance by his side, and his eyes carried a wisp of dense reverence. So, the Forgetful River clan has really led the other orthodoxies to wage war against the sacred Cloud Ancient Sect. Ling Xiao smirked. He didn't expect that there would be another twist at the end of the story. This was indeed the era of great battles. Yes, young master, it is said that the sacred Cloud Divine Emperor stole the entire heritage of the Cloudy Immortal Sect and was forced to flee. Xiao, too narrowed his eyes. Too calm, the young master was too calm. Could it be that he had planned this? Oh, where did Yu Niao go? Ling Xiao drank the tea and seemed a little dissatisfied. Damn, the tea was indeed less fragrant if it wasn't brewed by a beauty. Junior sister Fu is in seclusion to break through to the Paoang state. Xiao Tu's expression turned serious. Now, every emotion of Ling Xiao's could make him panic. This feeling was not only because of the soul seal, but also because of the young man's intimidation. Unknowingly, he seemed to have been completely subdued by Ling Xiao. Now, even without the restriction of the soul seal, he didn't dare to show any disobedience to the young master. Well, the 1000 sect martial competition is in less than half a month. Don't go out during this time. Study the soul spell well. Ling Xiao nodded. Then he took out a few spirit materials that could nourish the soul and handed them to Xiao Tuesday Xiao. Tu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly bowed. You may go. Now that he had the 1000-year heritage of the cloudy immortal sect, he could save a lot of villain points. Anyway, he had many treasures. If he didn't use them to win people over, would he use them to show off? Yes. After Xiao Tu left, Ling Xiao waved his hand, set up a formation, and summoned the system. He now had 6,000 luck points. Although there was still a gap between him and Nian Qinyan, it was much higher than most of the geniuses in the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent. As for his villain points, he had accumulated 30,000. System, add points to the 10,000 demonic arts. It was time to take that step. As long as he became a divine general, no one among the younger generation in the eastern frontier would be his match. As for whether or not there were any peerless geniuses in the western border, Ling Xiao believed that there should be. After all, the chaos there was nothing comparable to the eastern border. However, a true monstrous genius needed to be baptized by battle. Buzz! At the peak of the myriad Dao Demon Mountain, dark clouds suddenly appeared. Ling Xiao's figure had already hidden inside the glazed pagoda. The tribulation clouds gathered above his head, and dazzling tribulation lightning fell from the sky. However, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest hint of panic. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. Boom! The true body of the sky demon appeared, surrounded by endless tribulation lightning. Everything returned to normal. 3 days later, when Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying wave of energy that made one's heart palpitate instantly swept out. The billowing demonic will turned into a tide, crazily surging in all directions. If not for the fact that the glazed pagoda was an ancient treasure, its power alone would be enough to completely shatter the space. Congratulations, Master. Layered Shadow and Mi Yong appeared beside him, looking at the young man in white with reverence in their eyes. When they first met, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the mystic clear stage. They did not expect that in just a month he would directly cross 2 stages and enter the divine general stage. What kind of monstrous speed was this? In other words, the word monstrous was no longer enough to describe their master. First grade divine general. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Did the breakthrough in his cultivation also mean that he could open the 3rd level of the glazed pagoda? Ever since Ling Xiao threw the glazed pagoda into the Soul Palace that day, Fengling had not taken the initiative to appear. Apart from the time when he robbed Yin Shu's foundation, this girl had taken away a lot of spiritual materials. So far, Ling Xiao had not seen her for several days. It seemed that she was angry. Let's go. Follow me to see the demon sealed in the 3rd level. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He did not mean to block Fengling's divine consciousness. It was just that this girl's background was too mysterious. Before he figured out her identity, Ling Xiao did not dare to reveal too many of his secrets. Most villains died because of their carelessness. Buzz. The seal at the entrance of the 3rd level quietly broke. Lightning flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and a whirlwind quietly spread around him. He thought that the demon on the third level must have stepped into the first divine king realm. Since it was a great demon from 1,000 years ago, his means must be extremely terrifying. Even with the 8 barren, glazed pagoda suppression, Ling Xiao had to be careful. Endless darkness surged again. Ling Xiao saw that the darkness retreated layer by layer, revealing a figure sitting quietly with his legs crossed. The figure was not tall, and there was no demonic aura around him. He was like a boulder that did not move at all. He was wearing a tattered kasaya, and the Buddhist prayer beads on his chest were not golden. Instead, they were a terrifying white color. It was a monk with a delicate face. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and slowly walked towards him. Mi Yong and Folded Shadow were on his left and right, and they were also on guard. The 8 barren, glazed pagoda had 9 levels and 9 demons. The higher the level, the stronger the demon's cultivation and the greater the demonic nature. As ancient demons, Miyong and Folded Shadow could naturally sense how terrifying this demon was. However, at this moment, the demon monk still had his eyes closed, as if he did not sense anyone approaching him. If not for the breath he exhaled, Ling Xiao would have thought that he had perished in this pagoda for countless years. "Who are you?" It was only when Ling Xiao and the other 2 stood about 10 feet in front of him that the demon monk slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of deep eyes that had experienced the mortal world and were as calm as an ancient well. There's a trace of golden light that appeared, but it disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. "We are all mortals. Our names and lives are the same." The demon monk put his palms together in front of his chest and chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. Amitabha. Since there is no difference, why is Great Master's obsession not dissipating and not entering the cycle of reincarnation? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Judging from the Buddhist nature of this demon monk, he must have been an eminent monk in ancient times. However, why did he become a demon? Why was he willing to stay in this endless darkness for hundreds, or even thousands of years? It proved that he had an obsession in his heart that he could not let go of, or he could not obtain. Reincarnation and life are the same. All kinds of evil are the tribulations that I have to go through. Everything in this world is an illusion, like a dream, like a bubble, like lightning, like dew. The demon monk said indifferently, but there was surprise in his eyes when he looked at Mi Yong and Folded Shadow. "Ha ha ha. Great Master has seen through it. However, this world is filthy. Why don't Great Master follow me to the other side?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. This bald donkey's mouth was very stubborn. However, if all his thoughts were empty, why would he bother to talk about Buddhism with him? This was nothing more than a test. Helping others to the other side? This poor monk is still sinking in this filthy world. How can I help others to the other side? Benefactor, you must be joking. You don't want to take the soft approach? Then let's do it the hard way. Ling Xiao sneered. The sky demon aura around him suddenly surged. He turned into a sky demon and strode towards the demon monk. "Since that is the case, I will help Great Master to transcend this life and enter the cycle of reincarnation." Chapter 223. Sky. Sky Demon? The demonic monk narrowed his eyes. One of his eyes was shining with Buddhist light, while the other was filled with demonic intent. However, there was a hint of shock on his face. "Benefactor, wait. Didn't you say that there is no difference between life and death?" Ling Xiao's figure suddenly stopped in midair. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. "I have an unfulfilled wish." The demonic monk stood up. There seemed to be a hint of pain in his eyes. "Haha, what is it? Could it be the obsession of you becoming a demon?" Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. He had long seen that the demonic monk had a Tao obsession in his heart. If this obsession was not extinguished, it would be difficult for him to enter the cycle of reincarnation. "So what if I become a demon? So what if I become a Buddha? The person in my heart is already dead. I should follow her, but I can't let go of the hatred in my heart." The demonic monk's body began to emit a demonic aura. His golden eyes gradually turned blood red. Boundless demonic aura swept out from his body. Even the white bone prayer beads on his chest flickered with a demonic blood-red light. "The person in my heart is already dead. No wonder. To become a demon from a Buddha, one must have experienced great pain and enlightenment." However, Ling Xiao did not expect that a dignified senior monk would turn into a demon because of love. "May I know where the hatred in your heart is? In short, it is not in this world." The demonic monk sighed and looked deeply at Miyong and Double Shadow. He originally had a human body and a supreme Buddhist nature. He should have become the leader of the Buddhist sect. However, he did not expect to accidentally form an ill-fated relationship under that flower lantern. She was a hibiscus that cultivated in the wilderness. She had achieved the Tao and transformed. She was not tainted by karma and did not form any evil creatures. However, she could not escape the name of a demon. The demon fell in love with the monk. The monk wanted to save her demon body. However, on the day that the hibiscus attained the Tao, the Buddhist sect discovered it. They cut off her cultivation and spirit root, preventing her from entering the cycle of reincarnation and cultivating karma. On that day, the Buddhist sect had a monstrous demonic aura and a sea of blood-red light. A holy monk of a generation had become a demon because of love. He called himself sinless. However, she was no longer in this temple. "If you are willing to follow me, I will help you step out of this pagoda and this world and settle our grudges." Ling Xiao's expression remained calm. The demonic monk finally bowed his head and chanted the name of Buddha. "Fate and hatred, I will cross it myself. If Benefactor can bring me out of this world, I can fulfill Benefactor's 3 wishes. 3 wishes? Hee, I'll help you remove the seal first. You can cultivate here on normal days." Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. His hand seals changed, and the white bone prayer beads on the demon monk's chest blossomed with golden light. They looked divine and demonic, indescribably eerie. "Thank you." The demonic monk merely bowed towards Ling Xiao with an indifferent expression, as if everything in this world was an illusion in his eyes. He couldn't comprehend it, but he couldn't let it go. "The 2 of you should cultivate as well." Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Mi Yong and Double Shadow, then his figure flashed and disappeared. This demonic monk was quite interesting. However, he didn't know if the person he hated was still alive and what realm he was at. "As for the 3 wishes, if I can cross you, I can kill you. Your stubbornness is a flaw." Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. However, this half a month was the most chaotic period in the Shenzhou eastern border in the past 100 years. Countless sects and ancient clans were involved in disputes for no reason. Every day, cultivators in the eastern border would die. Dark clouds shrouded the sky. The land that had been peaceful for hundreds of years finally welcomed a mountain rain. Somewhere in an unknown space, a graceful figure stood in the air, wearing a red and black imperial robe that fluttered in the wind. Under her feet were countless soldiers in golden armor. There were hundreds of thousands of them. At the end of her vision, a city wall rose from the ground and pierced through the clouds. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at Cloud Sky City." A tall, middle-aged man wearing black armor stood respectfully beside him. His eyes were as bright as the scorching sun, and the aura around his body was indescribably terrifying. "Kill." The red-robed empress nodded slightly. Her face was covered by a golden mask, but her clear eyes were like a clear spring moving one's soul. "Yes." The black-armored general bowed respectfully, turned around, and was about to leave. Just then, the empress's eyes suddenly trembled, and she almost lost her balance. "Blurg, Your Majesty!" The Iron Blood Army, which had been surging with momentum, suddenly stopped and looked at the emperor's shadow in panic. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Lead them to continue attacking the city. I want to see Emperor Cloud Sky's head in 3 days. The red-robed empress took a deep breath, and her beautiful figure instantly disappeared. It was only when her figure appeared in a majestic ancient hall in the mountains that a faint surprise flashed across her frosty, clear eyes. What was going on? Why did she suddenly feel dizzy and her heart palpitated? She had never experienced such a feeling before. Could it be someone poisoned her? But what kind of poison in this world could hurt her? There were still 100 years before the 1,000 Sects expedition. If they lost this time, the Aeon Immortal Dynasty would be completely destroyed. Perhaps because she was tired these days, she had slept a lot. Sigh, I hope you can cut off the relationship tribulation in this life and help me enter that realm. On the square of the Myriad Tao Sacred Palace, countless disciples looked solemnly at the 3 figures standing in front of the main hall with respect in their eyes. There were still 3 days before the biggest event in the eastern border, the Myriad Sect Martial Arts Competition. When the top talents of the eastern border gathered, everyone had their own guesses about who would be the top. But if the disciples of the Myriad Tao Demon Sect were asked, there was only one answer: Ling Xiao. He was invincible and had Tao laws. The young sect master of the demon sect had already crushed his generation. Besides Ling Xiao, the divine lady of the Tao Palace, Nian Qingyan, the sacred son of Yuanyu, Chou Yi, the young sect master of the ancient puppet sect, Zhou Yang, the saintess of the heavenly illusionary sect, Hua Yun, and the other top talents of the supreme orthodoxies were also said to be invincible and had incredible combat strength. With so many top talents gathered, a grand event was about to begin. Of course, 70% of the top talents in the world were from the sacred grounds and ancient clans. The other 30% were from small sects and clans. Although they were from small sects and clans, their means were not to be underestimated. There would always be a few dark horses in every myriad sect martial arts competition. For example, Lin Shi. If Ling Xiao had not provoked him on the day of his engagement, how many people in the eastern border would know that there was such a young man in the world who was so good at playing with fire? The 3 of you will represent the Myriad Tao Demon Sect in this martial arts competition. I hope you will not disgrace the name of the demon sect. The Myriad Tao Demon Master looked at Ling Xiao and the other 2 indifferently. There was no emotion in his eyes. He believed that with Ling Xiao's talent, no one in the younger generation would be a match for him. He only hoped that this little ancestor would be able to kill 2 fewer young sect masters of the sage sects and the descendants of the ancient clans. Then he would be satisfied. Yes, sect master. In this martial arts competition, I will establish the name of the Myriad Tao Demon Sect for 100 years. Ling Xiao smiled brightly, and entire Myriad Tao Sacred Mountain cheered. Young sect master is invincible. Young sect master is invincible. The 9 dragons pulled the chariot and flew across the sky. At the same time in the eastern border, countless figures with powerful auras walked out of the cloud mountains, great rivers, and the sacred clan. They walked toward the divine mountain of enlightenment in the center of the eastern border. That was where the oldest sect in the eastern border, the Taishan sect, was located. Chapter 224. Big Brother, Will You Come? At the top of a barren mountain at the border of the eastern border, a young girl dressed in black was sitting on a green rock, looking at the distant horizon. I heard that you were bullied by the successor of the Ling people. Don't worry. I won't let anyone bully you again. The successor of the Ling people? I'll teach you a lesson. With that, the young girl disappeared, and the barren mountain regained its tranquility. However, there was an inexplicable smell of blood in the air. At the same time, at the center of the Shangzhou, at the top of a barren mountain, you still haven't found Yuan Zhen's body. A figure covered in golden light stood proudly at the top of the mountain and asked without turning his head, "Divine Lord, no. Go and find out where he went and who killed him." "Yes. Wait, send a message, and ask the Divine Lord to come back." "Yes." It wasn't until the figure behind him had retreated that the figure shrouded in divine light slowly turned around, revealing a handsome and cold face. "It's a familiar feeling. Did you appear? I'm really looking forward to it. Young Master, I heard that the successor of the Taishan Dao sect would appear at the beginning of every 1,000 sects martial arts competition to discuss the Dao with the disciples of the other sections. Should we go and take a look?" Fu Yunyao sat beside Ling Xiao. Her aura had already reached the Paoang realm, and she was looking at the clouds below her curiously. The young master was probably the only one in the entire eastern border who dared to use a dragon as a mount. "Of course we're going." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He shook the glass cup in his hand and took a sip of the wine in the cup. If he didn't go to such a grand event, how would he know who was the leak? Moreover, Daoist Taishuan's discussion was also a major event in the eastern border. The successor of the Taishan Dao sect never appeared and never fought with others. He only discussed the Dao and learned from each other. Moreover, as the owner of Mount Enlightenment, this Daoist would never participate in the 1,000 sects martial arts competition or enter a secret realm. He would only guard Mount Enlightenment and comprehend the Dao with his spirit. How much luck and destiny did such a person have? Xiao Tu's face was gloomy. "I'm going to see you soon, Xia Chen." Xia Chen was the foster son of the Xiao family. Although the two of them did not have a deep relationship, there was still a trace of kinship between them. However, now that 5 years had passed, Xia Chen was already at the peak of the eastern border. As for him, if it wasn't for Master Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have had any confidence at all. Even so, the 1,000 sect martial meeting was his last chance. "Let's drink. Don't think too much. That Xia Chen will definitely die." Ling Xiao smiled and handed a cup of immortal wine to Xiao Tuesday. The latter's eyes narrowed, but in the end he didn't ask anything. Since the young lord said that Xia Chen had to die, even if he died on the battle stage, Xia Chen wouldn't be able to escape the young lord's wrath. Thus his wish was fulfilled. Father, brother, and clansmen, they were truly fortunate. The clouds and mountains were heavy, passing by like smoke. Only when the silhouette of a large city appeared at the end of their vision did Ling Xiao put away the wine jar and descend. Xiao Tu and Fu Yunyao, one on the left and one on the right, followed Ling Xiao to the ancient city like guards. Dao Enlightenment City at the foot of Dao Enlightenment Mountain. There was immortal dust in Dao Enlightenment City. Although the Taishan Dao sect didn't appear in the world, it added a bit of mystery. In this world, who didn't want to become an immortal and live forever? Even mortals prayed for immortals to take pity on them and increase their lifespan. Thus, countless devout disciples gradually swarmed to the foot of Dao Enlightenment Mountain. Among them, there were cultivators who yearned for the Dao sect and hoped that one day they would be favored by the powerful cultivators of the Taishan Dao sect and be accepted as disciples. There were ordinary people who worshipped them every day, prayed for blessings, complained, and burned incense. The status of Dao Enlightenment City in the eastern border was almost the same as the sacred sect in the four borders. Of course, perhaps because of this, the Taishan Dao sect wasn't like the other sects, which accepted disciples and preached. Instead, they lived in seclusion and guarded Dao Enlightenment Mountain wholeheartedly, guarding that mystic realm and never getting involved in worldly affairs. Otherwise, no one knew the cultivation level of sect Master Taishan. Usually, only the Daozi and a few elders presided over this 1,000 sect martial arts meet. However, it was said that this sect master had once sought the Dao from the world when he was young. Every sect and every clan had his footprints. He had never been defeated in his life. Moreover, it was rumored that sect Master Taishan was proficient in yin and yang divination, and his Tao techniques could detect the secrets of the heavens. Of course, no one knew whether the rumors were true or false. After all, the more mysterious a person was, the more likely they were to be bootlickers. Young master, since it's still early, why don't we go shopping in the city? This Tao Enlightenment City has the largest store of cloud-gathering merchant alliance in the eastern border. Fu Yuniao smiled sweetly and said with a pleading face, "Okay, let's go." Ling Xiao shook his head. This woman, no matter what identity she had, shopping seemed to be an instinct. They didn't buy anything, but they could shop on the same street all day. However, just as Ling Xiao and the other two entered the ancient city, his eyes narrowed. It seemed that some people had arrived earlier than them. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the crowd in the distance. His lips curled into a smile. Lin Shi's aura was there. As expected, there were always chosen ones wherever there was a mystic realm. It was normal for a protagonist to like to join in the fun. However, Ling Xiao didn't sense Nian Qingyun's aura at that moment. That was true. Given that goddess's personality, she probably wouldn't even bother to show herself before the 1,000-sect martial arts meet began. Young master, look, it's the Cloud-Gathering Merchant Alliance's Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Fu Yuniao exclaimed and instantly interrupted Ling Xiao's thoughts. When he saw the familiar figure standing outside the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, a mocking look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Then he started walking toward the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. You mean your young master is choosing a spirit treasure inside and no one else is allowed to enter? Today, Lin Shi had finally changed his appearance. His green robes were tall and straight, but his face was still as ordinary as ever. That's right. The Raven Tribe's young master, Wu Ya, is here. No one is allowed to disturb him. Outside the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, a group of young geniuses dressed in different clothes blocked the entrance. They looked at Lin Shi coldly, their eyes full of mockery. Almost all the young geniuses who could come to Tao Enlightenment City were famous geniuses of the eastern border. However, regardless of whether they were geniuses or geniuses, they still had a background. Those with a strong background would naturally have a group of followers. Otherwise, even if they entered the mystic realm, it would be difficult for them to obtain the treasures with their own strength. Moreover, the mystic realm had existed for countless years. There were ancestors who had stayed behind to reproduce and form the ancient tribe. Even some demons were born from the origin. They were ferocious and mighty. It was a mystic realm after all. The fortune inside was naturally tempting, but there was no risk. It was definitely wrong to set it up. Arrogant. Lin Shi's face turned cold, and a scorching heat rippled around his body. Although he had yet to comprehend the power of Tao, his combat strength had become even more powerful after entering the Pawang realm. In the past half a month, he had been looking forward to the 1,000-sect martial arts meet. This also meant that his opportunity had arrived. The primordial emperor flame. As long as he merged with this primordial ferocious flame, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao easily. However, just as Lin Shi snorted coldly in his heart and released his aura to teach these young geniuses who looked down on him a lesson, suddenly a chuckle sounded from the street in the distance. Oh, the Raven Tribe's young master? Wu Ya, the one who flipped the table every time he ate? Chapter 225. Lin Shi froze when he heard the voice. When he turned around, Ling Xiao and the other two were already in front of him. Ling Xiao! Lin Shi's face froze and he lowered his head. He did not know why, but when he saw Ling Xiao, he was instinctively afraid. This feeling made him extremely angry and even resentful. If Elder Ling had not colluded with him, he would not have ended up like this. Humph! Wait until I get the primordial emperor flame and inheritance of the ancient emperor. Watch how I deal with you two villains. Lord Ling Xiao. When the young prodigies saw Ling Xiao, their lips turned white. They did not recognize Lin Shi. Although his aura was strong, and he was in the Paong stage, everyone who came to Dao Enlightenment City was in the Paong stage. Moreover, Wu Ye, the young lord of the Raven tribe, was in the mid-stage of the Paong stage. He was also known as the top prodigy of the Raven tribe in the past 100 years. He had also cultivated the unparalleled saber technique to perfection. Whenever he used his saber, his opponent would run 9 feet away before taking their lives. How domineering was that? But no matter how domineering Wu Ye was, there was still a gap between him and the successor of the Ling people. After all, the person in front of them was a demon who did not even care about the divine emperor. It was said that a few days ago, Yu Yuntian, the eldest disciple of the 10,000 sword sacred ground, was crushed to ashes in front of all the elders and disciples of the 10,000 swords sacred ground because he humiliated the Ling people. That was not all. Then, the entire Yu family was slaughtered for no reason. Not even a dog was left. How could an ordinary person compare to such a ferocious power? Hiss! At that thought, the prodigy's determination to follow Wu Ye through life and death seemed to waver. Do you have enough to eat if you follow Wu Ye? Ling Shao smiled faintly. He had heard of the Raven tribe before. The most powerful ancient tribe was only a divine king. They could not be compared to the Ling people. However, no matter how weak an ancient tribe was, there would be weaker forces attached to it. The strong were the companions of the world. If you are strong, I will follow you. I can't fill my stomach. The geniuses blushed when they heard that, but their eyes were filled with anticipation. Could it be that Lord Ling Shao is going to accept us as his followers? F***CK. This was a great fortune. Burp. I'm full. The Raven clan's young master is inside, so others can't enter? This Wu Ye is a little overbearing. Ling Shao sneered. The expressions of the group of sky prides changed instantly, and they almost fell to their knees. Don't. Others can't enter. But if young master wants to, we will drag Wu Ye out right now. Oh, brother, why don't we go in together? Ling Shao smiled faintly as he calmly looked at Lin Shi, who had been silent all this time. The latter narrowed his eyes and forced a smile. No, I have an appointment with a friend. Lord Ling Shao, please. With that, Lin Shi turned around and dashed away. What a joke! A place like the Cloud Coming Merchant Alliance, even if beaten to death, he would never go shopping with Ling Shao again. People have to learn to remember. Wherever you fall, lie down. Don't think you can do it. Otherwise, you will fall to your death. Friend. The corners of Ling Zhao's lips curled up slightly as he turned to look at Fu Yunyao. The latter immediately understood and chased after Lin Shi, although she didn't know why her young master was interested in an unfamiliar young man. But she didn't dare to guess her young master's thoughts. Ling Shao smiled faintly and walked towards the treasure pavilion. At this moment, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him from the second floor of the treasure pavilion. Interesting. Someone actually dares to have ideas about me? As for the friend that Lin Shi mentioned, the son of destiny, there would always be a few like-minded brothers around him. Otherwise, the path to immortality was dangerous. If he was bullied, how could he call others to turn things around? The best scenario was when the son of destiny was bullied, mocked, or even crushed by others. In the end, when he was on the verge of death, a group of big shots suddenly appeared from the horizon and beat up the villains, destroying a sect, a clan, and even a realm. As for why he didn't let Shao Tu go after them, it was better for him to stay by his side. After all, Xiaqin was probably here by now. He didn't want his little brother, whom he had painstakingly raised, to be killed if he wasn't careful. Who dares to disturb my shopping? When he heard the noise coming from the door, a young man in black with a resolute face immediately frowned in the treasure pavilion. Beside him, 2 beautiful girls shuddered and hurriedly retreated to the side. Wu Ye was a famous genius in the eastern border. He had a violent personality and the divine saber in his hand was often bloodthirsty. Although the cloud-gathering business alliance was very powerful, who knew what a hothead like him would do? Hiss! However, just as we had turned his head to look, he saw a tall and straight figure, dressed in white, slowly walking in from outside. The trace of a gentle smile on his face instantly caused him to swallow the vicious words that were about to come out of his mouth. So it's Lord Ling Xiao. You are Wu Ye? Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. Who are those people outside? They're all my little brothers. Wu Ye began to sweat and his entire body began to tremble. He was domineering, but that was only when he bullied geniuses from ordinary clans and sections. In front of this young master, Wu Ye silently repeated 3 times, I'm the grandson, he's the master. Oh, so you're very powerful? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Wu Ye couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground. Young master, it's none of my business. They all call me Big Brother and say that they want to go through thick and thin with me. Actually, I'm not as powerful as they think. Oh, Ling Xiao smiled and walked past Wu Ye. Get up. Don't act so pretentious in the future, and you'll live longer. Thank you for your teachings, young master. If you need my help in the future, just say the word and I'll do my best to help you. Wu Ye wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with a flattering smile. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this, but he was a bootlicker. There would always be a use for him. Seeing that this young master of the Raven tribe knew his place, he might need to sacrifice his life one day. Lord Ling Xiao. When the 2 maidservants saw this, their faces turned slightly pale, and they hurriedly bowed to Ling Xiao. This was the power of an ancient clan genius. Just his name alone was enough to make people go through fire and water for him. Is this all you have in your treasure pavilion? Could it be that all the good stuff is on the 2nd floor? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked towards the entrance of the 2nd floor. The reason he entered the cloud-gathering merchant court was not to pick treasures or to teach this young master a lesson. It was because of the gaze from the 2nd floor. Young master, the 2nd floor is the private pavilion of the cloud-gathering merchant union. Even we don't have the right to enter. The 2 maidservants were startled, and their voices were a little flustered. Oh, is that so? Then what if I have to go up and take a look? Ling Xiao sneered and was about to walk up to the 2nd floor. At this moment, a majestic aura descended and instantly enveloped the entire treasure pavilion. Lord Ling Xiao, this is a place where you shouldn't go. It's best if you don't go. A beautiful figure in plain clothes walked over from the 2nd floor. Her curvaceous figure revealed a hint of seduction. She didn't bother to hide the immortal king's aura around her. Her delicate face may have aged, but it didn't hide her beauty. In fact, it added a hint of maturity. Greetings, master. The 2 maids immediately bowed, but the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up in an indescribable arc. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chapter 226. Haha, I wouldn't dare. However, there's an important guest of the Cloud-Gathering Merchant Alliance on the 2nd floor today. Lord Ling Xiao, it's better if you don't go up. The middle-aged woman smiled charmingly and walked toward Ling Xiao. However, at this time, although her tone was polite, the coldness in her beautiful eyes was not concealed at all. It wasn't her. Ling Xiao easily sensed that the gaze on the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion didn't belong to this godly king expert. It belonged to someone else. I have a problem. The more others don't let me do something, the more I want to do it. Pavilion Master, you can try to stop me. What a joke. Would Ling Xiao care about a mere godly king? Although this was Dao Enlightenment City, the Taishan Dao sect had never cared about worldly affairs. Even if he destroyed the city, who would dare to say no? In the glazed pagoda, Wu Nye and Layered Shadow were both godly kings. As long as he did it secretly, This woman could be killed at any time. The more you don't want to do something, the more you want to do it. Behind the two, Wu Ye's eyes flashed with surprise. If you don't want to eat shit, you'll eat shit? Of course, he only dared to think this in his heart. If he said it out loud, the latrine pit in Dao Enlightenment City would be cleaned out. Lord Ling Xiao, this is the Cloud Gathering Merchant Alliance, not the Ling people. The middle-aged woman shouted coldly. A terrifying aura instantly surged out from her body. So what? Ling Xiao grinned. He ignored the anger in the woman's eyes and walked toward the second floor. He naturally didn't believe that the godly king of the Cloud Gathering Merchant Alliance would dare to attack him. After all, the Ling people were in the limelight now. Even the ancient Qin clan had become their vassals. Although many experts of the Qin clan had died, their foundation was still there. Moreover, Ling Xiao had many identities and was ruthless. He didn't care about anyone. Once someone offended him, the consequences would be incomparably troublesome. Aunt Yin. However, just as Ling Xiao walked up to the beautiful woman with a bright smile on his face, a delicate female voice suddenly came from the second floor. The face of the God King expert called Aunt Yin froze, and her presence immediately dispersed. Miss, why did you come down? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the graceful figure in red walking over from the front. He raised his eyebrows slightly, but the corners of his mouth raised into a playful smile. Miss, to be able to make a divine king expert lower his head, this young girl's identity was on the verge of being revealed. However, the first miss of the Cloud Gathering Merchant Union is quite good-looking. Her red robes fluttered in the wind, and her celestial appearance was beautiful. Her beautiful face that was as white as jade carried 30% gentleness and 70% coldness, causing others to feel a trace of pity from the bottom of their hearts for no reason, especially the sickly look between her eyebrows. It was like a stroke of genius that made the young girl's temperament seem even more delicate. What a beautiful woman! Although it is late autumn, cultivators of our generation do not fear the cold. However, this young girl's shoulders were draped with a white mink fur, and she was holding a purple gold stove in her hand. It turned out that the first miss of the Cloud Gathering Merchant Union was a sickly beauty. Extreme Een body, 2,000 points of providence. This enlightenment city was indeed a good place. Cough, cough. As expected, the young girl had only walked a few steps before exhaustion appeared on her face. She covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Miss, why did you come down? It's cold outside. It's all right, Aunt Yin. We will enter the mystic realm in 2 days anyway. Lord Ling Xiao, my daughter Su Yan is here to greet you. The young girl in red bowed slightly. Her face was gentle, and her voice was like a spring breeze, causing people to feel as if they were bathing in spring. So, it's the first miss of the Cloud Gathering Merchant Union. Ling Xiao nodded, and his gaze became more playful. Just now he was standing outside the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, and this first miss was hiding in the pavilion to peep at him. Could it be? Although this Su Yan looked sickly, her cultivation had reached the middle stage of Pong. Moreover, the extreme Een body had always been the standard for the female lead. However, this Su Yan didn't seem to have met the good brother who had helped her warm her meridians since she was young. Otherwise, she wouldn't be tortured by the Een Chi now. For a fair, rich, and beautiful woman like this who had inherited hundreds of millions of spirit stones, if he could win her over. Ha ha ha! This wasn't a woman at all. This was a mobile ATM. No, this was a treasure. This was the real treasure girl. With the wealth of the Cloud Gathering Merchant Union, there was probably no one in the entire Shenzhou Supreme Orthodoxy that could compare to it. Even if you had a heritage of 100 years or 1,000 years in front of this wealth, it was childish and laughable. Gulp. Suddenly, Ling Xiao didn't want to work hard anymore. I wonder why First Miss was hiding in the pavilion just now and looking at me? Ling Xiao walked in front of Su Yan, and a gentle smile bloomed on his handsome face. There was no trace of the arrogance and domineering attitude he had when he challenged the divine king expert. Stinky sister, I wonder which type of person you like? Su Yan probably didn't expect the successor of the Ling people to be so direct. She blushed and smiled. Young master, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I just heard a commotion in front of the door and wanted to see what was going on. Actually, that wasn't the case. Just now, she suddenly felt a strange wave of heat coming from the street. This wave of heat made her body feel inexplicably comfortable, and she walked to the window to take a look. Unfortunately, that wave of heat came and went quickly. When Su Yan looked down, she only saw Ling Xiao and didn't even notice Lin Shi, who was running away in a sorry state. Poor son of destiny. He should have entered the pavilion and started a new relationship. But unfortunately, he met Ling Xiao, this demon. Commotion in front of the door. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to have thought of something. It wasn't the commotion that attracted this miss of the Merchant Union. It was most likely the aura that Lin Shi released that attracted Su Yan's attention. The extreme Yin body was tortured by the cold and would instinctively feel close to fire, especially Lin Shi's blazing scripture, which was a first-class fire cultivation technique in the world. So, this girl should be Lin Shi's opportunity? Wonderful. Haha, I see. I thought Miss stopped for me. It seems that I was thinking too much. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, and a trace of disappointment appeared in his eyes. He didn't have the spiritual fire on him now. If he wanted to capture this girl's heart, he would have to kill Lin Shi first. But before that, he had to think of a way to make Lin Shi obedient and not reveal his talent. A relationship would be destroyed, just like that. Young master, you must be joking. You are the dream of all the girls in the Xingzhou. Even Goddess Nian's heart has been captured by you. How can I be greedy? Su Yan was indeed the successor of the Merchant Union. His words and actions were flawless. Not only was it pleasant, but it also made one feel warm. So, what was there to hesitate about? Of course, bye. But, do you have anything pure yang on you? Why did I feel a wisp of pure yang aura just now? As expected, a smile flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Of course, he had something pure yang, but it seemed a little inconvenient to take it out now. Haha, Miss is indeed perceptive. You even sensed it. Yes, I do have something with me that is pure yang. Ling Xiao nodded mysteriously, and Su Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly revealed a trace of yearning. Chapter 227. The body of extreme Yin was naturally afraid of the cold, and this kind of cold couldn't be resisted at all. It spread through the bones and blood. So even the Yunlai Business Alliance, which controlled 3% of the wealth in the Shenzhou, couldn't help Su Yan with the pain she was suffering. What she needed was a male lead who could give her warmth or a medical genius who could perform acupuncture and moxibustion. Ling Xiao hadn't met a medical genius yet, but Lin Shi's appearance must have been due to luck. Unfortunately, he ran too fast and missed the opportunity that was supposed to belong to him. Oh, haha, no wonder I felt warm when I saw you. Su Yan smiled and didn't continue to ask what the item of extreme yang was. After all, the fluctuation just now was definitely not an ordinary item. Moreover, she and Ling Xiao had only just met. If she were to ask directly, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Haha, miss, I'm really flattered by your words. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Ling Xiao smiled, turned around, and left in a carefree manner. Young master, Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and looked confused, but he couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. As expected, all women in the world had a common problem. The more they sent themselves to the door, the cheaper they felt. On the contrary, those who were cold and indifferent were more attractive. Taoist Taishan will be giving a lecture at the Immortal Welcoming Tower tonight. Will you be there? Su Yan smiled sweetly. Her eyes were bright and her tone was filled with anticipation. Tao? Tao is in the heart. How can it be in the mouth of others? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. The power of Tao spread out from his body and made Wu Ye and the others pale. Oh! Su Yan sighed softly and looked a little lonely. He was indeed an invincible immortal. Although Ling Xiao wasn't as cruel and ruthless as the rumors said, his arrogance made him look like a strong cultivator. But if Miss goes, maybe I will go and ask for a few cups of wine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He no longer hesitated and walked out of the treasure pavilion. Su Yan's beautiful eyes squinted slightly, and she actually felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart, while a wisp of a moving arc appeared on her beautiful face. Then I'll be waiting for young master's arrival at the Immortal Welcome Pavilion. Only when Ling Zhao's figure disappeared did the smile on her face gradually turn cold, and her eyes faintly flickered with deep meaning. Aunt Yin, have you heard that this Ling Xiao has an extreme young treasure? At this moment, Wu Ye and the two servant girls had already retreated. Only she and the Spirit Treasure's pavilion master were left in the treasure pavilion. I've heard before that the Sunset Divine Mountain in the Ling people's territory once had a fiery glow that shot into the heavens and covered thousands of miles of the sky. I'm guessing that it was most likely a spirit fire of heaven and earth. Although no one knows who obtained the fire in the end, Ling Xiao was also in the mountain at that time. I'm guessing heaven and earth spirit fire? No wonder. Su Yan's beautiful face froze, but the corners of her mouth lifted into a faint smile. That's right. That wave of heat just now did have the aura of fire. There should be no mistake. The successor of the Ling people had a heaven and earth spiritual fire. Young miss, you mean? This time I'm going to the secret realm on the Sunset Divine Mountain, because my father heard that there is a tribe there that worships fire. Therefore, my father guessed that it should be a slave tribe that has been guarding the sacred item for generations. Su Yan's expression gradually turned serious. Although this guess has not been verified, I still have to try. Ling Xiao will not give me the spirit fire of heaven and earth spiritual fire so easily. Such a spirit fire of heaven and earth is not something that can be measured by spirit stones or treasures. Therefore, if I want to obtain it, I'm afraid that I can only, young miss. You mean? The beautiful woman in red was stunned for a moment. Then, as if she had thought of something, she suddenly exclaimed, Absolutely not. Everyone in the Xingzhou knows about Ling Zhao's evil reputation. Moreover, he is engaged to the Tao Palace's goddess, Nian Qinyan. Aunt Yin, I'm only saying that, as a last resort, I might be able to find something in the secret realm that can resolve the pain of this cold body. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to last much longer. A trace of loneliness flashed across Su Yan's eyes. If not for the torment of this extreme body, she would have been a dazzling and peerless genius. She also had the support of the Cloud-Gathering Merchant Alliance. Who in the Xingzhou could compare to her? However, she had been born with a sickly body. Although she had been at death's door for 17 years and had tried countless methods, the cold had still gradually seeped into her bones. When that time came, she would really be better off dead. Otherwise, why would she have come all the way here to participate in that boring martial arts competition? Whatever she wanted, the Cloud-Gathering Merchant Alliance would find for her, apart from a spirit fire of heaven and earth. Even ants would drag out their lives, let alone a noble successor of the Cloud-Gathering Merchant Alliance like her. But, all right, Aunt Yin, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, this is only a last resort. Before that, I only need to maintain a good relationship with Ling Xiao. As for the rest, we can talk about it after we leave the secret realm. Su Yan shook his head and smiled. He tightened his tight mink coat and turned to walk up to the second floor. He pushed open the window and looked at the various people on the street. Who is worthy for me to look through the years? Young master, is that you? Although Ling Zhao's reputation wasn't good, his looks were quite impressive. Haha, isn't this just a coincidence? Wasn't what Su Yan was thinking exactly what Ling Xiao was thinking? Everything could wait until they left the secret realm. At that time, he would have the real spirit fire in his hands. As for the one he gave to Lin Meng, how could he take back what he had given away? Young master, the first miss of the Cloud Gathering Merchant Alliance, seems to have some hidden illness. Xiao, too, followed beside Ling Xiao, his eyes full of reverence. As expected of the young master, wherever he went, there would be girls admiring him, and the most arrogant kind. Yes. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, but in his heart he was secretly thinking about how to make Lin Shi completely cut off this emotional thread. As long as they entered the secret realm, Ling Xiao could harvest this leek and occupy the goddess of a wealthy family that belonged to him. It was said that the Cloud Gathering Merchant Alliance dominated the entire Shenzhou auction house. With such wealth, it was estimated that it was comparable to 7 or 8 Ling people. Xiao, too, spread the news that I have an enemy by the name of Lin Shi, who provoked me at the engagement banquet. He cultivates a flame technique. If anyone sees him, they will be rewarded handsomely. However, no one is allowed to kill him. His life is mine. A trace of evil flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. Judging from Lin Shi's performance, just now he was afraid of him. If he put more pressure on him, he would not dare to admit that he could play with fire even if he was beaten to death. Then he would find a suitable time to provoke him. He was probably going to start playing with him. According to Ling Zhao's guess, Lin Shi's opportunity to a large extent was in the secret realm of Enlightenment Mountain. Moreover, since Su Yan was here, he was definitely not here to play. Perhaps he had received news that there was an ancient site about the spirit fire hidden in the secret realm. In this way, everything made sense. Without Ling Zhao's appearance, even if there were some twists and turns in this relationship, it would eventually come to fruition. The destined woman was sick and on the verge of death. The destined man happened to appear and used the power of the spirit fire to relieve her pain. The destined woman was hesitant about whether to marry him or not. Clang! When the secret realm opened, it was another life and death experience. From then on, love was born and they would be together forever. Unfortunately, he met Ling Xiao again, but he didn't know the identity of the friend Lin she mentioned. Come to think of it, he should also have some luck on him. He, I am really a little genius. Chapter 228. Young Master, are you planning to make a move on Lin Shi? Xiao too narrowed his eyes. Every time the young master showed such an expression, it meant that someone was going to be unlucky. No, he still has unfinished business. I'm just reminding him to be careful. Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile and walked toward Enlightenment City. Xiao too didn't understand, but a word instinctively appeared in his heart. Prawn heart. The young master was indeed domineering. Before killing someone, he had to give them a warning. Go ahead, but be careful. If you meet Yuan Yu, Holy Sun, remember not to act on impulse. Wait for me to arrive. Ling Xiao reminded him. Xiao too nodded silently and turned to walk toward the crowd. Interesting. It seems that this myriad sect martial competition is more exciting than I expected. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. However, just as he was about to walk toward the street in the distance, his eyes suddenly narrowed. At the end of the old street, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared. What right do you have to snatch our item? We clearly saw this jade talisman first. Yi Sun-er's pretty face was slightly cold as she looked at the few young men in luxurious clothes in front of her angrily. Beside her, Ling Tian smiled bitterly and seemed to be hesitating. Haha, so it's junior sister Yi from the 10,000 Swords Sacred Ground. Junior sister, you're wrong. This jade talisman is an ownerless item. Of course, whoever offers the highest price will get it. In front of the two of them, a few young men with terrifying auras looked at Yi Sun, and the young man hiding behind her mockingly. You, Sun, how dare you snatch my item? Aren't you afraid that the 10,000 swords sacred ground? Stop. Junior sister Yi. First of all, this is not called snatching, it's called fair competition. Second, is it necessary to escalate such a small matter to a sect expedition? The leader of the black-clothed young men sneered, and his expression became more and more disdainful. It was true that Yi Sun was a famous genius in the eastern border, but her Tao law was not used to kill people. That was why they dared to be so presumptuous. As for the young man behind her, it was said that he was the new holy son of the 10,000 Swords sacred sect. But why didn't he have any spiritual energy fluctuations? Are you kidding me? Even you can become a holy son. If we go to the 10,000 Swords holy ground, won't we all become elders? All right, since you said it was a fair competition, how much is this jade talisman? Yi Sun gritted her teeth. Behind her, Ling Tian suddenly reached out and pulled her sleeve. Senior sister, why don't we forget about it? Forget about it? These primal chaos ancient sect disciples have gone too far. I'm the personal disciple of the 10,000 sword sacred grounds sect master. If I'm bullied by a few disciples, wouldn't that be a joke? Yi Sun furrowed her brows and looked at Ling Tian with some resentment. Although this junior brother of hers had a very steady personality, he rarely took the initiative to stir up trouble. But sometimes if one was too steady, it would be cowardly. If he was half as domineering as his brother, he wouldn't have been bullied by a few primal chaos ancient sect disciples. Although they had the advantage in numbers, their cultivations were not weak either. However, Ling Tian was a heaven-defying Taoist, and he had her by his side to protect him. Wouldn't it be more than enough for him to deal with a few destruction cultivators? Senior sister, as if seeing the trace of disappointment in Yi Sun's eyes, Ling Tian inexplicably felt a burning anger in his heart. If one wanted to be respected, forbearance was useless. Kill all those who looked down on you, and no one in this world would look down on you. If the sword in your hand couldn't kill the enemy, it would become useless. Little brother, I hope that the next time I see you, you won't be so lowly and cowardly. You want to stand at the peak of the sword Tao, so you should kill thousands of enemies with your sword. For the first time in his life, Ling Zhao's teachings rang in Ling Tian's mind. Could it be that everything he said was right? Am I too cowardly? Ling Tian lowered his eyes, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually became piercingly cold. Old man, I want this jade talisman. Name a price. A few primal chaos ancient sect disciples sneered, and there was a hint of threat in their tone. This jade talisman costs 10 spirit stones. Until now, the old man still didn't understand why the dignified celestial sect disciples had to compete for a pair of ordinary jade talismans. What he didn't know was that although the primal chaos ancient sect was adjacent to the 10,000 swords holy ground, its foundation was not as strong as the 10,000 swords holy ground. Therefore, in these years, there had been constant friction between the two sects, and there were often fights between the disciples. Now that they had met Yi Sun and Ling Tian, of course, they had to have fun. Here are 20 spirit stones. Take the rest as my treat. The group of primal chaos ancient sect disciples burst into laughter. However, just as the disciple in the lead stretched out his hand to grab the talisman, a white and slender hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. We saw this talisman first, so you guys can leave. Ling Tian's voice was inexplicably hoarse, and his eyes seemed to be flickering with a scarlet light. Yi Sun, his disappointment just now had caused him great pain in his heart. He really didn't want to disappoint anyone again. Junior brother Ling Tian, Yi Sun lightly covered her mouth, and her beautiful eyes looked at the young man beside her in surprise. At this moment, she seemed to have seen a different Ling Tian. Cold, domineering, and even a trace of indescribable evil. But he was really handsome. You want it. The group of primal chaos ancient sect prodigies raised their eyebrows slightly. Then, without waiting for Ling Tian to react, they kicked him to the ground. Boom! The primal chaos ancient sect disciple didn't use his full strength in this kick. After all, Ling Tian's identity was special. If he accidentally killed him, there would be a lot of trouble. Even so, the young man's figure flew back a few feet and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Junior brother. Yi Sun, his pretty face was shocked. She quickly ran to Ling Tian's side and helped him up from the ground. At this moment, a look of disdain appeared on the faces of many onlookers. This trash is the 10,000 Swords' holy son. Seems like he's the second young master of Ling people. His brother doesn't have any other skills, but he's learned how to show off quite well. You don't want to live anymore. If Ling Xiao, no, Lord Ling Xiao, hears this, be careful not to let your whole family be annihilated. I'm just describing. But then again, this Ling Tian is really useless. He doesn't have the ability, but he learned to turn around for love. Great, now he's twisted his waist. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. The primal chaos ancient sect disciple also sneered and raised his hand to grab the jade talisman. I said, this jade talisman is ours. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice rang out from the street in the distance. Then, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. A ray of clear light suddenly streaked across the sky and flashed before their eyes. Then a shrill scream rang out. One of the primal chaos ancient sect disciples' hands was broken at the wrist. Hiss! The entire street suddenly fell silent for a moment, and then the sound of people sucking in cold air suddenly rang out. The young man who had fallen to the ground was slowly walking over with a strange stone sword in his hand. The coldness on his face made the world fall silent for no reason. Chapter 229. 30 Spiritual Stones. Please count them. Ling Tian walked up to the old man, took out a chinquan bag, and handed over 30 spiritual stones. Blood dripped from the immortal extermination sword in his hand, making a pleasant sound when it hit the blue stone under his feet. Drip, 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 drip. At this moment, Ling Tian felt a kind of happiness that he had never felt before. That sword light, stained with blood, was the most gorgeous color he had ever seen in his life. But why would I think that? Could it be that the immortal karma in the immortal extermination sword is affecting my mood? Impossible. I cultivate the sword vein divine physique, and I have a flawless sword heart. How could I be affected by the evil intent in the sword? If that's not the reason, then, for some unknown reason, Ling Tian broke out in cold sweat from his forehead. Ridiculous! How could it affect my Tao heart? Wait a minute. Just as Ling Tian was pondering, a soft shout came from the street in the distance. A young man in a black and white robe slowly walked over. His pace was not fast, but he arrived in front of everyone in 2 or 3 steps. Young master of the primordial chaos sect, Shengguan Qinghe. He was one of the strongest geniuses in the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent. Although the primordial chaos sect was not a supreme orthodoxy, this young master of the primordial chaos sect was a true genius. The primordial chaos sect used the power of yin and yang to connect the forces of heaven and earth. Although some people said that the primordial chaos sect's old ancestor passed down the primordial chaos sect's old ancestor before he died, in this world, no one cared about the process. It was destiny for you to be strong. Haha. I also like this jade talisman very much. How about this, old man? I'll give you 100 spiritual stones. How about you sell it to me? Shangguan Qinghe's face was thin and handsome, and the smile on his face was also very gentle. However, at this moment, all the cultivators on both sides of the street felt a majestic force quietly spreading out. This, the old man looked at Ling Tian awkwardly, only to see that the latter's face was also solemn, and his hands were holding the immortal extermination sword tightly. A genius of the Tao law, mid-stage Powong. He could not kill this Shangguan Qinghe. Shangguan Qinghe, you're being unreasonable. Yi Sun Er's figure flashed from the side and stood in front of Ling Tian, coldly shouting. Junior sister Yi, what do you mean? Only you can take a fancy to this treasure, but I can't? What's wrong with the highest bidder winning? Shangguan Qinghe shook his head slightly. Black and white chi swirled in his eyes, which was very strange. I'll pay 200 spirit stones. Hee. So it's a pretty boy who likes to stand behind women. I'll give you 500. I don't want the spirit stones anymore. Whoever wants them can take them. Seeing this, the old man dropped the jade accessory, put away the other goods, and ran away. What a joke! Spirit stones were good stuff. But if he didn't run now, he might not be able to keep his life. Humph. Shangguan Qinghe, you are rich. Junior brother Ling Tian, let's go. Of course, Yi Sun knew that Shangguan Qinghe was deliberately humiliating them, no matter how many spirit stones she offered. She was afraid that the latter would increase the price. However, it was not worth it to spend thousands of spirit stones for an ordinary jade talisman. Moreover, although Ling Tian was the young master of the Ling people, he did not have many spirit stones on him. She really did not want to see him embarrassed. Wait a minute. Shangguan Qinghe put away the jade talisman and stood in front of Yi Sun and Ling Tian. Junior sister, the matter of the jade talisman has been settled. Should we settle the matter of my junior brother's arm? Shangguan Qinghe, your disciple of the Hunyuan ancient sect was rude and unreasonable. What's wrong with my junior brother teaching him a lesson? Yi Sun gritted her teeth. Facing the young master of the Hunyuan ancient sect, she also felt a great deal of pressure. There's nothing wrong with it. Weakness is the original sin. However, as you said that my disciple of the Hunyuan ancient sect was rude and unreasonable. Now, I also think that your junior brother is rude and unreasonable, so I want to learn from him. Shangguan Qinghe smiled indifferently. The black and white spirit light around his body surged instantly, almost covering the entire ancient street. Puchi, with just a wisp of power, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ling Tian's mouth. His Tao was good at killing and focused on killing the enemy with one sword strike. However, when facing a prodigy of the Tao law, his weakness of not having any cultivation base was infinitely magnified. At the end of the ancient street, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. The son of destiny was indeed troublesome. Wherever he went, he would be targeted and mocked. Unlike a big villain like him, everywhere he went, there would be bootlickers. Forget it. You did well today. Brother, continue to work hard. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and walked toward Ling Tian. He believed that his appearance would not be in exchange for Ling Tian's gratitude. It would only make his humble self-esteem more painful. He was waiting for a moment. When the time came, everything would fall into place. Shangguan Qinghe, you're shameless. What's your cultivation base? What's my junior brother's cultivation base? If you want to fight, I'll fight you. Yi Sun stood in front of Ling Tian, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. She was a top prodigy of the 10,000 sword Saint Ground, but the Tao law she comprehended was not suitable for fighting. However, today's matter was caused by her alone. If she had not wanted the jade talisman in a fit of pique, Ling Tian would not have drawn his sword. Thinking of this, Yi Sun felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. Haha, do you still want to hide behind a woman? Young master, Ling Tian? Shangguan Qinghe shook his head, his expression becoming more and more sarcastic. At this moment, Ling Tian's palm suddenly pressed on Yi Sun Er's shoulder. Senior sister, let me do it. Junior brother, he's right. If you want to be respected, you should kill everyone who looks down on you. Ling Tian took a deep breath and walked toward Shangguan Qinghe. The celestial slaying sword in his hand faintly emitted a faint, blood-red light. That's more like a man. Shangguan Qinghe smiled disdainfully. The spiritual light around his body suddenly became dazzling and turned into a divine seal out of thin air. The two colors of yin and yang flowed on it, and it was indescribably strange and gorgeous. Young Master Ling Tian, if you can take this seal of mine, I'll let bygones be bygones. As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan Qinghe's palm suddenly pressed down. The black and white divine seal instantly tore through the sky and fell toward Ling Tian's head. Buzz! At the same time, the ancient sword in Ling Tian's hand also bloomed with a piercingly cold green light as he slashed out with it. The sword light was dazzling like a celestial mark. At this moment, all the onlookers' faces were filled with a strong sense of shock. The battle between two monstrous Tao prodigies was enough to shock people. At this moment, even the space above Tao Enlightenment City began to turn gloomy. Boom! In the end, the two attacks collided in midair, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Endless ripples rippled in the void within 1,000 feet of the surroundings. The vast and mighty sword intent, like a divine punishment from the 9 heavens, cut the ancient seal in half. What a terrifying sword intent! This Ling Tian is quite something. However, before everyone could exclaim for a long time, the black and white chi that had originally dissipated suddenly gathered together, passed through the sword's shadow, and fell toward Ling Tian's head. The chaos primordial Tao law was endlessly growing and multiplying. At this moment, a hint of panic finally appeared in Ling Tian's eyes. Junior brother Ling Tian. Chapter 230. Junior brother Ling Tian. Be careful. Just as the divine seal was about to fall from the sky, a figure appeared in a flash, blocking in front of Ling Tian. That pale yellow color was a ghastly sight. Duty-bound to turn back, Ling Tian's heart suddenly trembled violently for a moment. In the past 17 years, there was nothing but hatred in his heart. However, ever since he met Yi Sun he felt that there was suddenly a ray of light in his dark world. Although this ray of light was not dazzling, it was the only ray of light in this world. It was warm and sacred. It made people want to give up themselves and embrace it. Senior sister, don't worry, junior brother. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Yi Sun Er's expression was cold and determined. From the moment Ling Tian pulled out his sword for her, she understood that some people were destined to go through fire and water. He can give up himself and his nature for me. Why can't I go against the world for him? Inexplicably, a figure seemed to appear in Yi Sun Er's mind. White clothes, green sword, one person against the entire Saint Land. Ling Xiao, young master, you're my role model. Boom! The sky suddenly filled with spiritual light, suddenly fell, and instantly enveloped Ling Tian and Yi Sun. The strong smell of blood quietly spread out. The entire ancient street was oppressive and somewhat terrifying. Ling Xiao's figure stood in the crowd with a faint smile on his face. Do you think I'm going to protect this cheap brother again? I'm a dignified villain. How can you guess my thoughts so easily? Yi Sun would not die. If she did not die, Ling Tian would not die either. With Shangguan Qinghe's courage, it was impossible for him to kill the two of them on the street. After all, if he did so, he would have to face the punishment of the 10,000 swords, Saint Land, and the Ling people. On the surface, the major sects would not interfere too much in the fight between disciples of the same generation. But it depended on whether your background was strong or not. You killed my holy son and personal disciple. You're awesome. I can't beat you. Let's forget about this matter. After all, the rules cannot be broken. But if you're not awesome, fine. I see that the mole on your face is very uncomfortable, so I'm going to kill you. I'm not taking revenge on you because my disciple was killed. I just feel that this mole affects the justice of the world. What can you do? At the end of the day, the primordial chaos ancient sect was not a supreme orthodoxy. Whether it was Yi Sun-er or Ling Tian, they both had emperor gods behind them. It was one thing for Shangguan Qinghe to show off, but he really didn't dare to kill him. As for why didn't Ling Xiao take the opportunity to become a savior? Only love can save evil souls. Ling Tian did not have any love in his life, and all he thought about was hatred. Now that a person had suddenly appeared who was willing to do anything for him, his Tao heart was bound to crack. Love, my foolish brother, love her fiercely. While you're young, pure, and childish, let the flower of life bloom with the rotten smell of joy. This way, when we team up in the future, someone will stand behind us and release the Tao of life. As for the nanny, he had never heard of who she belonged to. Even if she was fighting in the jungle in the early stages of the game, she would still belong to everyone during the team battle. Ling Xiao glanced at the yellow-clothed figure in the distance. Yes, this nanny is very big. No, very white. No, it was very meaty. Something didn't seem right. In short, it looked very reassuring. Cough, cough. It was not until the spiritual light dissipated that everyone realized that Ling Tian, who was originally behind Yi Sun, had appeared in front of her and hugged the yellow-clothed girl tightly in his arms. On his back, his flesh and blood were badly mangled, and his bones were white. Even half of his shoulder had been completely shattered. Blood flowed down his arm and flowed to the ancient sword in his hand. Inexplicably, the sword emitted a trace of obscure light. Junior brother. Yi Sun-er's pretty face was dull, and her beautiful eyes were filled with helplessness and pain. Then, a shrill scream suddenly resounded through the world. Junior brother Ling Tian. Senior's sister. I'm fine. For the first time, a gentle smile bloomed on Ling Tian's face. It was not mixed with a trace of hatred or hypocrisy. He looked at the panic and sadness on the girl's face in front of him, and the coldness and gloominess in his heart that had accumulated for 17 years began to quietly melt. It turns out that in this world, in addition to hatred, there is also love. This feeling is really strange. Don't talk. Don't talk. Don't worry, you'll be fine. With me here, you'll be fine. Yi Sun-er's tears flowed down uncontrollably, and the power of the Tao law around her surged like the sea and madly poured into Ling Tian's body. Even so, Ling Tian's face was extremely pale, and even his aura was completely exhausted. If it were not for the spirit armor on his body, he was afraid that the Chaos Origin Divine Seal just now would have killed him on the spot. Junior brother, you'll be fine. You'll definitely be fine. Don't worry. I'll always be by your side and will never be separated from you. Yi Sun-er wiped away her tears and pressed her hands against Ling Tian's chest. The injuries on Ling Tian's body were rapidly recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The life Tao law was terrifying. This is a lesson for you. If anyone dares to bully my Chaos Origin disciple, I'll definitely kill them. Shangguan Qing, he snorted coldly and looked at the two people below him with an arrogant expression. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw a bright, clear light slash across the sky from afar. It did not give him any time to react at all, and it suddenly landed on top of the group of Chaos Origin Ancient Sect disciples. Pucci! There was no pause at all, nor was there a moment of hesitation. The disciples, who were originally full of joy, were instantly smashed into pieces of flesh and bones on the ground. Gulp. The world suddenly fell silent, and even the air was somewhat stifling. Everyone looked at the young master of the Chaos Origin ancient sect, who was standing proudly in midair with a dazed expression, and there was a strong sense of horror in their eyes. This slap in the face, wasn't it too fast? Look! Young Master Shangguan's face was already swollen before he could even react. Who? Who dares to kill my Chaos Origin ancient sect disciple? Shangguan Qinghe's face instantly turned ferocious, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the sword intent. When did such a terrifying figure appear in the 10,000 swords sacred ground? The Tao law in the sword intent seemed to have reached the great accomplishment stage. Could it be that an elder of the sacred ground had arrived? You just said that you'll definitely kill anyone who dares to bully your Chaos Origin ancient sect disciple? I'm very eager to try. A white-robed figure slowly walked out of the crowd. His starry robe was blooming with dazzling starlight, and there was a bright smile on his handsome face. Ling Xiao. The entire ancient street began to boil with exclamations. Countless sect geniuses looked at the tall and handsome figure, and they could only feel their breathing quicken and their hearts pounding. Even their eyes were filled with deep reverence. The successor of Ling people, invincible and immortal, the young master of the demon sect, unparalleled in chivalry. In 1,000 people's hearts, there were 1,000 images of Ling Xiao. But whether good or evil, at this time, they were all desperately shouting, Lord Ling Xiao, unparalleled in the world. Nonsense, how could they not shout? In the next few days, they would have to move around the city with this chaotic demon who killed without batting an eyelid. If one day he did not like them, it would be a matter of a sword strike. Chapter 231. Ling Xiao. Ling Tian, who was lying on Yi Sun, Er's body, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He knew that Ling Xiao would come to Dao Enlightenment City, but he did not expect that bastard to appear at his most embarrassing moment. He must have done it on purpose. Maybe he was hiding in the crowd and laughing just now. Who was the one who leaked the news? Senior's sister. I'm fine. Ling Tian gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. The injuries on his body were almost healed. It seemed that Yi Sun was really good. Although Shangguan Qinghe had held back when he used the seal just now, its power was still extremely terrifying. He did not expect that Ling Tian's injuries would be healed in such a short time. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. My stupid little brother, you have to work hard. Let's see if I can deal with you first. Or if you can deal with Yi Sun first. Or, he. Young Master Shangguan, why are you still hesitating? Sensing the gloominess in Ling Tian's eyes, Ling Xiao did not care at all. Instead, he turned to look at Shangguan Qinghe, who was in midair, and the Tao laws around him gradually surged. Ling Xiao, you've gone too far. Shangguan Qinghe's face was gloomy, and his hands were tightly clenched. It was obvious that he was desperately trying to suppress the hatred in his heart. When facing Ling Tian or even Yi Sun, he could be unscrupulous. As long as he knew his limits, he would not cause too much trouble. However, when facing Ling Xiao, he did not have the courage to resist at all. It was not only because of Ling Xiao's identity, but also because of a more important reason, F***CK. He was afraid that he would not be able to defeat this monster with 2 Tao laws. Since the Hunyuan ancient sect and the 10,000 swords holy ground did not get along, they naturally paid attention to the major events that happened in the holy ground. He had long known that Ling Xiao had reached the peak of the Tao of Swords and helped Ling Tian pull out the immortal extermination sword. Even when the Yu family's ancestor appeared, he was slashed into pieces by the successor of the Ling people. Then the Yu family was wiped out, and the entire Songhai city fell into a state of panic. All these things told Shangguan Qinghe that the young man in front of him was indeed invincible. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he didn't want to die in Dao Enlightenment City at this juncture. The opportunities in the Tianyuan mystic realm were very tempting. There were even rumors that there was an immortal miracle hidden in there. Otherwise, why would the Taishan Taoist sect seclude itself from the world for 1,000 years and guard only one mountain? 1,000 years of solitude just to comprehend Tao? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. If one didn't act cool while cultivating, it would be meaningless. I'm going too far. Ling Zhao's expression froze, and he faintly felt wronged. But in the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on his face. I bullied you, so what? You. I don't care what grudges you had in the past. Ling Zhao's younger brother is not someone you can touch as you please. Ling Xiao raised his head, and lightning suddenly surged in his eyes. Immediately, a thunder sun that was 1,000 feet long suddenly appeared in the sky. Then it slammed toward Shangguan Qinghe. Damn it! There was a hint of fear in Shangguan Qinghe's eyes. The yin and yang qi around him surged again and turned into a spiritual screen above his head, trying to block the thunder sun. How dare you be presumptuous in front of me? A mere prominent Taoist law. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stood in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back. His casual appearance caused countless ancient clan elites to scream. Boom! Finally, the thunder sun fell from the sky and paused on the spiritual screen for a while. Then, to everyone's astonishment, they saw Shangguan Qinghe's figure suddenly fall to the ground. He was smashed into the ground by the thunder sun, a depth of countless feet. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the lightning dissipated. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the deep pit. Instead, he walked toward Ling Tian. Everyone's eyes narrowed, and their faces were full of fear. Shangguan Qinghe, the young master of the Hunyuan ancient sect and the genius of the eastern border, was actually crushed by Ling Xiao with one seal. Moreover, it seemed like he didn't use any strength at all. Just like that, he glared coldly at Shangguan Qinghe, and the latter was directly crushed into the ground. What kind of demonic power was this? Don't expect me to be grateful to you. Ling Tian looked at the young man in front of him and snorted coldly. Smack! However, the moment he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his head go blank, and a sharp pain came from his left cheek. Have you forgotten what I said to you? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ling Tian, whose face was gradually turning gloomy. His tone was unquestionable. Why did you only cut off one of his arms? When you draw your sword, you have to kill the enemy. If the enemy doesn't die, you die. I don't have so much free time to clean up after you every day. Ling Xiao sneered and turned to look at Yi Sun. This time, it's all thanks to junior sister Yi. Otherwise, how can you participate in the myriad sect martial competition with your injuries? Do you want to be a useless person standing behind others for the rest of your life? Ling Tian's eyes were ferocious, but he didn't know how to refute. I won't kill Shangguan Qinghe. Since he humiliated you, his life should be taken by you. The more pain and setbacks one experienced, the faster one grew. Of course, before you take him, I don't mind robbing him clean. Ling Xiao had the time to watch Ling Tian slowly grow into the peerless sword cultivator that he modeled after. However, he was afraid that the Saint sect wouldn't give him the chance. Therefore, he could only peel grapefruits online. Boom! Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Shangguan Qinghe, who was originally sinking into the ground, suddenly rose into the air. His clothes were torn, and he was like a piece of charcoal, emitting a disgusting smell. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to say a word and turned to leave. Who allowed you to leave? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the fleeing figure and suddenly shouted, Lord Ling Xiao, what else do you want to teach me? He heard Ling Xiao's words just now, and it was obvious that he saved his life today. However, when he heard the former's voice, he instinctively trembled. It was too scary. This Ling Xiao was really too scary. When facing the Thunder Sun just now, he didn't have the slightest room to struggle. In other words, if Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, he would die without a doubt. Ling Tian, you'd better not let me meet you in the secret territory. I can't kill your brother, but I'll make you pay 100 times for the humiliation today. Hand over that pair of jade talismans. Shengguan Qinghe's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly took out the jade talismans and handed them to Ling Xiao respectfully. Wait a minute. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, Ling Xiao's slightly mocking voice rang out once more. Damn! Are you done? I think you're deliberately humiliating me. But your life is important. Your life is important. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. That's right. But if he took one more step, he would die on the spot. Are you looking down on me? Do you think I'll take your things for free? Here are 1,000 spiritual stones. Get lost. Ling Xiao waved his hand impatiently. Shangguan Qinghe's expression changed several times, and finally, under everyone's stunned gaze, he lay on the ground and rolled toward the end of the street. Gulp. Many ancient race, sky prides, swallowed hard. This was the legendary power of the mandate of heaven. One word could determine a person's posture? This Shangguan Qinghe is an honest man. Ling Xiao was stunned, and then he shook his head with a smile and handed the jade talisman to Ling Tian. Remember, in this world, no one will give you a second chance. As soon as he finished speaking, another item appeared in his hand. It was a black robe. He threw it at Ling Tian's feet and turned to walk away. In the future, if anyone dares to bully my brother, Ling Xiao, you can try the consequences. Hearing this, all the ancient clan elite's hearts trembled. With such a ruthless, cruel, and overbearing elder brother, they were afraid that they would die if they tried. Chapter 232. Junior brother Ling Tian. Yi Sun looked at the gloomy young man in front of her. She bent down and picked up the black robe. At this moment, there were many emotions in her heart. It was rumored in the eastern border that the successor of the Ling clan, Ling Xiao, was a ruthless killer. He was especially cruel to his half-brother. Some people even said that the reason Ling Tian became a cripple when he was 10 years old was because of Ling Xiao. However, after meeting him twice, Yi Sun knew that people were wrong. Ling Xiao's love for Ling Tian was deep and obscure. It was even domineering and brutal. Perhaps a peerless monster like him was not good at expressing this kind of love. However, Yi Sun, as an outsider, could feel that under Ling Xiao's cold and cruel appearance, there was a heart of love for his brother. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. It seemed that she had to find a chance to persuade junior brother Ling Tian. This junior brother was good in every way, but his personality was too stubborn. He was such a good brother. Why didn't you cherish him? Even if you don't cherish him, he can't help but cherish him. Senior sister, thank you for today. Ling Tian took a deep breath and bowed to Yi Sun. Oh, this jade talisman is for you. Haha. Junior brother, the person you should be thanking is not me. Yi Sun smiled sweetly and reached out to take the jade talisman. A trace of gloominess flashed across Ling Tian's face. How could he not understand the meaning behind Yi Sun, his words? But to let him thank Ling Xiao, the enemy who dug out his dancy? Ridiculous! Ridiculous! You have not experienced my pain. What right do you have to persuade me to be kind? Ling Tian's face gradually darkened, and a trace of loneliness flashed across Yi Sun, his beautiful eyes. As expected, it seems that I can't open junior brother Ling Tian's heart for now. Junior brother, take this black robe. It's a divine artifact. If you like it, keep it for yourself. Ling Tian turned around and walked away without looking back. Do you really want to see me die in the hands of others? Ling Tian, Can't you see? I don't want you to get hurt. I don't know what kind of grudge you have with Ling Xiao, young master, but promise me that you'll protect yourself. Yi Sun Er's eyes reddened. Ling Tian's sudden indifference made her feel a little sad. At this moment, the young man stopped in his tracks. That's right. How could I bear to see her get hurt again and again because of me? The scene from before was deeply engraved in Ling Tian's heart. Yi Sun Er's fearless figure was like a moth. But how could I let her throw herself into the flames? Senior's sister, I don't want to care about your matters, but I feel that hating someone should be quite tiring. Sometimes the truth and falsehood of this world really can't be seen with the naked eye. I just want you to be happy. Yi Sun raised her hand and threw the black robe to Ling Tian, then turned and walked towards the street. The latter just stood there in a daze. After a long while, he finally put on the black robe with gloomy eyes. Ling Xiao, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. Don't worry, when I have the ability to kill you, I will let the entire eastern border know of your hypocrisy. Buzz! Just as Ling Tian lifted his feet and was about to chase after Yi Sun, a strange buzzing sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Immediately, a vast and ethereal voice quietly sounded. Celestial art, 9 heaven-destroying swords. Boom! Unparalleled sword intent rushed into the sky, faintly mixed to the trace of evil aura. Ling Tian stood there in a daze, looking at the ancient stone sword in his hand. His eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of ecstasy. Celestial art. On the other side, Ling Xiao left Ling Tian and Yi Sun and went directly to the most luxurious 5-day restaurant in the center of the city. From afar, he saw Fu Yunyao standing downstairs, waiting with a trace of eagerness on her face. Young master. Is it done? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, nodded slightly, and walked towards the restaurant first. Let's talk upstairs. I've booked a room, young master. Fu Yunyao bit her red lips with her silver teeth, looking a little shy. It's just that there are too many people in Enlightenment City recently, so there are only 2 rooms left. Oh, it's fine. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile and strode forward. Young master, could it be tonight? Fu Yunyao's face lit up, and she hurriedly chased after Ling Xiao. Kill the people in the next room later, and there will be 3 rooms. However, just as she was secretly guessing in her heart, Ling Xiao's indifferent voice sounded again. Fu Yunyao's face darkened, and she suddenly felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. It seemed that ever since the young master returned from the 4 desolates, he had never touched her again. Could it be that goddess Nian was too stingy? Tell me, where did Lin Shi go? Ling Xiao pushed open the door and stood in front of the window, looking at the figures coming and going on the street. Ling Tian's performance today was as he had expected, waving his sword, killing people, destroying everything, gradually falling into the Tao of killing. The sun of destiny had completely darkened. Thinking about it, it was a little exciting. Moreover, from the system notification, Ling Xiao also clearly knew that Yi Sun was now very respectful to him. With such an established female lead by Ling Tian's side, who would whisper in his ear from time to time, there was no need to be afraid that he would not turn gay. No, there was no need to be afraid that he would not change his mind. Lin Shi, young master, are you saying that the young man just now was Lin Shi? Fu Yunyao's beautiful eyes narrowed, and a trace of surprise flashed across her pretty face. She was naturally familiar with Lin Shi's name. Back then, at the Sunset Sacred Mountain, he repeatedly went against the young master. However, he did not seem to have walked out of the ruins, right? Originally, Fu Yunyao thought that he most likely died in there. Where did he go? Ling Xiao nodded, turned around, and walked back into the room. Fu Yunyao immediately poured tea for him, and stood at the side, gently massaging his shoulders. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and let out a soft groan. Needless to say, Fu Yuniao's self-image as a servant was not bad. Humans had to learn to be satisfied, otherwise they would only be more tired the longer they lived. Young master, if that person is really Lin Shi, then he can be considered to have found someone powerful. Fu Yuniao smiled gently, and a pair of jade-like hands gently stroked Ling Xiao's neck, gently twisting it. Oh, how big is his leg? Ling Xiao's gaze was playful, and he reached out to hold Fu Yuniao's jade-like hands. Is it as big as yours? Hee, young master. Lin, she went to see Yuan Yu's saint, Xia Qin. From the looks of it, the two of them seem to be familiar with each other, but that Xia Chen's strength is too strong, so I did not dare to get too close. However, I seem to have heard that the saintess of the Yinfan sacred ground is with him now. Fu Yuniao took the opportunity to fall into Ling Xiao's arms, and her pretty face was slightly red and her eyes were blurred. Yuan Yu's saint? Saintess Yinfan? Oh, this means that Lin, she has made many good friends recently. Ling Xiao grinned, and the playful look in his eyes became more intense. It's getting more and more interesting. The brothers of the destined Son of Heaven are appearing one by one. It seems that this time I have to think carefully about how to give them a wave of annihilation. Young master, Chapter 233. Haha, Yuniao, it seems like we haven't seen each other for a long time. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of evil. Nian Qingyan was indeed very fragrant, but she was not by his side. Now that Fu Yuniao was so shy, if he didn't give her some love and encouragement, she would probably throw a tantrum. However, just as Ling Xiao lowered his head and was about to kiss her, a soft shout suddenly came from outside the room. Young master, are you inside? F***CK. Ling Xiao was stunned. Fu Yuniao's eyes also flashed with a hint of gloominess. I'm here. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, sat up straight, and tidied his clothes. Fu Yuniao directly walked to the front of the room, fiercely opened the door, and coldly looked at Xiao Tuesday. Junior sister, what are you? Senior brother, your room is next door. Fu Yuniao snorted. It was the second time. This was the second time. Xiao, too, had ruined her plan. If he wasn't a man, Fu Yuniao would have suspected that he liked the young lord. I have something to tell you. Xiao, too, ignored the annoyance in Fu Yuniao's eyes and walked to Ling Xiao's side. Young master, I have done what you asked me to do. I was just about to tell you that Lin Shi, Yuan Yu holy son and holy daughter Yinfan seem to have formed a team. You'd better not leave my sight. What a joke. The other party had formed a team to prepare for the team battle. If he walked alone, he would probably be caught. Ling Xiao had not met Yuan Yu, holy son, yet. Since he was possessed by an expert, his temperament and means were definitely not comparable to Lin Shi and the others. Such a person must be very careful. Even Ling Xiao had to be cautious. Senior sister Fu, what is the cultivation of holy daughter Yinfan? He had heard of the holy daughter Yinfan. It was said that it was a sect that cultivated the ghost Tao. It was an unorthodox sect. However, since this holy daughter Yinfan could stand tall in the eastern border, it obviously had its own means. Now that she was with Yuan Yu, holy son, she could be considered Ling Xiao's enemy. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy is the best way to find the right remedy for the problem. Saintess Yinfan's real name is Shui Yu. She has a dissolute nature. It is said that all the male cultivators who had feelings for her would eventually disappear mysteriously. She would plant a purple jade flower in front of her cave and wait for it to bloom. Then she would pluck it and bury it in the ground. That's why people call her Ghost Lady Burial Flower. Fear flashed in Fu Yuniao's eyes. Obviously, Most of those men died in Shui Yuer's hands. However, there were still countless male cultivators who were willing to kneel before her. This kind of evil person really made people tremble with fear. Flower burial. Ghost concubine? However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's expression suddenly froze. F***CK. Heartless young Master Lung. Someone from your clan is here. Moreover, from Fu Yunyao's words, he could tell that buried flower ghost concubine was not only a non-mainstream person, but also a scumbag. Play with one, kill one, bury one. What a scumbag. Angels have wings, but I don't, so I'm not an angel. Demons have magic, and I don't, so I'm not a demon. What I have is helplessness, despair, loneliness, and the freedom of not being understood by the world. Young master, what's wrong? Seeing Ling Xiao's blank expression, Fu Yunyao suddenly felt a little puzzled. Could it be that the young master knew this holy girlian fan? Nothing. I just thought of some past events. Ling Xiao smiled. It seemed that he had to use some means to deal with this scumbag. However, he didn't know whether the Yuan Yu sage and holy girl Yin Fan's relationship was mutual use or mutual affection. Young master, Taoist Taixian is going to discuss Tao at the Immortal Welcoming Tower tonight. It is said that all the geniuses who are participating in this martial arts competition will be there. Obviously, a grand event like this was something that every cultivator yearned for. Not only was the Taixian Tao sect too mysterious, but most people also yearned for mysterious things. Moreover, Taoist Taixian had never entered the world and only focused on comprehending Tao. Perhaps a casual sentence from such a person could be regarded as enlightenment. There was a saying that listening to a wise man's words was better than reading 10 years of books. That was what he was talking about. Of course, this kind of enlightenment was naturally not tempting to Ling Xiao at all. F***CK. I don't expect to comprehend and cultivate. If I want the Tao laws, I can just plunder them. As for the breakthrough in cultivation, of course, he was counting on the system. However, he still had to go to this grand event. He wanted to meet the few chosen ones and figure out their routines. He wanted to give them some surprises and send them to their deaths. Go. Of course we have to go. Not only that, come. Senior Sister Fu, there are some divine weapons and divine armors here. The two of you can choose some and wear them. Tonight, we will be the most beautiful people in Enlightenment City. Ling Xiao grinned. She was a scumbag. Of course, he had to give her enough visual shock. He had to let her know who was the real father. As for Su Yan, she probably didn't even dare to remove his makeup now. Otherwise, if he fell into his hands, he would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Since he was here, it meant that the extra luck must be in the Tianyuan Mystery Land. The probability of it being the spiritual fire was very high. This is... Fu Yunyao and Xiao Tu were stunned. Looking at the divine weapons piled up in the room, there was a strong sense of shock in their eyes. The divine weapons in young master's hands were probably comparable to a sect? You don't like it? Don't worry, I have more here. Let's change a batch. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. The divine weapons in front of him instantly disappeared and a new pile appeared. Gulp at the same time. In an elegantly decorated courtyard in Enlightenment City, 3 figures were sitting around a table. One of them was Lin Shi, who had fled in front of the spiritual treasure pavilion. As for the other 2, one of them was wearing a blue robe and had starry eyes. He looked handsome, and there seemed to be a clear mist around him. The other one was an enchanting girl in a black robe. The young girl's face was delicate, and her eyes were long and slender. Her jade-like face carried a trace of a charming smile, especially the aqua-blue totem between her eyebrows. It added a bit of charm. They were Yuan Yu's saint, Xia Chen, and Saintess Yin Fan, Shui Yu. Brother Lin, that Ling Xiao is indeed looking for you. Shui Yu smiled sweetly and glanced at Lin Shi coldly. She really did not understand what Xia Chen was thinking. How could he bring such a burden along with him? Although Lin Shi's combat strength was quite strong, it was obvious that he had not comprehended the principle. Compared with the successors of the great Holy Lands and the young masters of the ancient sects in the eastern border, he was not worth mentioning. Playing with fire too much. Isn't he afraid of wetting the bed? Humph! This damn bastard, wait for me. Ahem! Wait for me to enter the secret realm. I will kill him with my own hands. Lin Shi's face was gloomy. He already knew what had happened on the street. Ling Xiao suppressed Shangguan Qinghe with the Thunder Principle and proved his unparalleled reputation. With his current strength, he was indeed not strong enough. However, the Son of Destiny was full of confidence, even if he had gone through a lot of hardships. If the cultivation of the villain was not strong, how could he encourage the Son of Destiny to improve? She was confident that as long as he could get the inheritance of the ancient emperor in the secret realm and integrate the immemorial emperor flame, he could kill Ling Xiao easily. Hearing that, Shui Yu suddenly sneered. The sarcasm in her beautiful eyes became more intense. Even she did not dare to face Ling Xiao directly. After all, the latter's fierce reputation was not as simple as it seemed. She did not expect that this nobody who had no background and whose cultivation was only at the early stage of Powong would say such arrogant words. Who gave you the courage? Your father. Chapter 234. Saintess Shui, are you looking down on me? Shi's face darkened. Compared to these geniuses from the Holy Lands, he indeed lacked a background. However, the number of geniuses from the major sects and ancient clans that died in his hands was not small. A mere mid-stage Powong cultivator dares to be presumptuous in front of me? If he wasn't in front of Yuan Yu, Holy Son, his good big brother, she would have already revealed his little hands. It's not that I look down on you, Lin Shi. To be honest, if it weren't for Saint Xia Qin, do you think I would look at you? What qualifications do you have to sit here? Shui Yu sneered, and the demonic totem between her eyebrows quietly rippled. Although a mountain youth had some talent, how could she, the top genius of the eastern border, take him seriously? Moreover, it was said that Shi played with fire, while she cultivated the Yinfan cannon, which was the ghost Dao. Therefore, the two seemed to be natural enemies. You! That's enough. Xia Qin, who had not spoken, suddenly smiled and shook his head. You! Lin Shi and I regret that we didn't meet earlier. We have similar temperaments, so don't be so prejudiced. Shui Yu frowned slightly, but in the end, she did not say anything more. Xia Chen's strength was considered the top existence among the younger generation in the eastern border. The reason why she was willing to follow him was that she wanted to get his protection after entering the secret territory. Otherwise, the secret territory was full of dangers, and it was no different from seeking death to snatch the fortune alone. However, she did not expect that Xia Chen would be on good terms with Lin Shi. Didn't this inadvertently offend the devil Ling Xiao? Brother Lin, since you have a grudge against Ling Xiao, then for the time being, don't expose your identity. After entering the secret territory, we'll make plans. Xia Chen smiled faintly, and his face remained calm. To be honest, he did not take Lin Shi's strength seriously. However, he was somewhat familiar with the flame aura on the youth's body. Heaven and earth spirit fire. An early-stage Powong cultivator actually had heaven and earth spirit fire? Xia Chen did not believe that he did not have some hidden means. In his life, he had fought countless enemies. Although some of the geniuses looked ordinary once in a life-and-death battle, they would show unparalleled combat power. Moreover, since Shi was able to survive from Ling Zhao's hands, he most likely had great luck on him. Otherwise, didn't Yun Tian, whose cultivation was also at the Powong level, still die at the hands of Ling Xiao? After returning from possession, Xia Qin took every step with extreme caution. Even though he was strong enough to look down on the younger generation of the Shenzhou continent, he did not dare to reveal his identity too early before reaching the God-Emperor level. As for brothers, he did, but in the end he joined forces with his woman and betrayed him. So this time he didn't trust anyone. Lin, with the spiritual fire and luck with him by her side, it should be easy to find the fortune in the secret realm, right? In Xia Chen's eyes, Lin Shi's status was even more important than Shui Yuer's. Now that the mystic realm was over, it was time for him to head to the western border and retrieve some of the things he had left behind in this world. Cultivating alone was still a little slow. All right, I understand. This time, I'll have to trouble Brother Xia. Lin, she coldly glanced at Shui Yu, then cupped his hands toward Xia Chen. The two met on the way to Dao Enlightenment City. At that time, Xia Chen had acted righteously and slaughtered a group of bandits. When Lin Shi saw this righteous act, he felt that this person was upright and kind and could be approached. After all, even if they entered the mystic realm, Elderling had said that it would be difficult for him to open the ancient emperor's remains alone. With Xia Chen's help, things would become much simpler. Along the way, the two of them chatted happily, and their thoughts were quite congenial. Moreover, after knowing Lin Shi's identity, not only did Xia Chen not deliberately alienate him, but he was also considerate of him. This made Lin Shi feel quite moved. After all, with Ling Zhao's fierce reputation, how many people in the eastern border dared to go against him? But Xia Chen only said one sentence casually, "There's nothing to fear." There's nothing to fear. How domineering, how righteous. When Lin Shi first heard this, he almost pulled Xia Chen to kneel on the ground and become sworn brothers on the spot. He called me Iron Juice, invited me to drink, said that I was generous, kind, loyal, and righteous, and wanted to accompany me to kill all enemies and reach the peak of life. Such a person was, of course, a brother. You and I are brothers. There's no need to say this. Xia Chen smiled and raised his cup to take a sip of tea. Ling Xiao, I heard that you're very strong and arrogant, but you better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll let my brother, Lin Shi, test your combat power. Night fell. The entire Dao Enlightenment City suddenly became lively. Countless ancient race prodigies and sacred ground geniuses gathered in front of the immortal welcoming tower, looking up at the sky. They seemed to be waiting for something, until a clear light appeared in the sky, and the crowd began to boil, and the noise went straight to the 9 heavens. Look, Taoist Taixien is here. Taoist Taixien, so handsome. It feels like an immortal has descended. Are you kidding? Taoist Taixien is the successor of the most mysterious celestial sect in the eastern border. He will definitely ascend in the future. I heard that Taoist Taixien has the ability to foresee the past and present life. I wonder if it's true? What the F***CK? So cool. It can't be, right? Doesn't that mean he can tell when I'm about to die just by looking at me? Look, Taoist Taixien is falling. That's called falling. In the endless night, under the lonely moon, a young man in a dark green robe came with his hands behind his back. At first, he was at the peak of the mountain, but in the blink of an eye, he was under the moon again. When they looked at him again, he had turned into a green rainbow and descended from the sky, landing in front of the immortal welcoming tower. On his indifferent and handsome face, there was a trace of a transcendent smile. He was 7 feet tall, slender, and straight, and vaguely had the aura of an immortal. However, what was strange was that this Taoist Taixian's eyes were dim and lifeless, as if he was blind. Taoist Taixian's eyes. How is that possible? Didn't they say that this Taoist Taixian, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of many ancient race prodigies? Although the Taixian Dao sect was hidden from the world, none of the forces in the eastern border dared to provoke them. Otherwise, the secret realm at the top of the mountain would not be opened once every 60 years. It would have been occupied by those supreme Taoist orthodoxies long ago. In other words, the foundation of this sect was unfathomable. According to rumors, Taoist Taishian's cultivation had already stepped into the emperor realm. So if they did not suck up to him now, when would they? Taoist Taishian's eyes seem to have a different kind of brilliance. Yes, one look and I can tell that they are full of great wisdom and great tenacity. This is the real wisdom. What he sees is not the state of the world, but the reincarnation of the great path. Haha, I've made you wait. Taoist Taishian smiled indifferently when he heard the flattery. His voice was like a clear spring in the mountains, moving people's souls. Behind him, the clear light turned into dragons, tigers, and white elephants. The rivers, mountains, the sun, and the moon were like immortals. Taoist Taishian is invincible, as expected of someone who wholeheartedly pursues Tao, with the immortal will around him. He is a role model for our generation. He is really the successor of the immortal path. Countless ancient race prodigies were mesmerized, and their faces were full of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Compared to those peerless and invincible geniuses, Taoist Taishian in front of them was a real immortal body with Taoist rhyme. Compared to him, Ling Xiao and the others were really ordinary in appearance. Chapter 235. Everyone this way, please. Taishian Daozi smiled and walked toward the immortal's welcome tower. In front of him, the crowd parted to make a straight path. He was admired by tens of thousands of people. Compared to Ling Xiao's ferocious reputation, Taishian Daozi was the one who was truly popular. The crowd surged toward the immortal's welcome tower. Today's immortal's welcome tower was deliberately set up for Taishuan's lecture. On the octagonal platform in the middle, there was a sandalwood incense table. There was a jade cup and an incense burner on the table, emitting thin smoke. On one side of the long table, a beautiful woman in a jade veil was half lying on the platform, boiling a jade pot in front of her. She had reached the level of a divine lord. She was the owner of the immortal's welcome tower, a well-known figure in Tao Enlightenment City, Jiao Yulong. Although the owner's cultivation was not very strong, the immortal's welcome tower had been in business for hundreds of years, and countless customers came and went. They were all related to the Jiao family, especially when it came to Jiao Yulong's generation. With her beautiful appearance, she attracted countless cultivators from the eastern border to come and see her. Taverns and tea houses had always been places of conflict. Jiao Yulong was obviously outstanding to be able to gain a foothold in Tao Enlightenment City, a divine lord brewing tea, and such a famous and beautiful one at that. In the entire Tao Enlightenment City, Taishian Daozi was probably the only one worthy of such an honor. Taishian Daozi! Seeing the figure coming from the door, Jiao Yulong immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Owner Jiao, sorry to disturb you. Taishian Daozi smiled gently, walked up to the platform, and sat on the ground. Jiao Yulong immediately picked up the jade pot, filled the teacup, and quietly sat back on the ground to boil the tea seriously without saying another word. The entire immortal's welcome tower instantly fell into silence. All the geniuses looked at the young man who sat on the high platform and sipped the tea seriously, their eyes full of awe. Just sitting there, Taishian Daozi's head was still emitting clear light, which evolved into the sun and the moon. It was indescribably mysterious and vast. Owner, you are so considerate. This tea was picked from the snowy peak in the extreme north, right? I know that you like this Snow Peak rock tea, so I personally went to the extreme north a few days ago. Jiao Yulong smiled faintly. There was an inexplicable sense of honor in her eyes. Everyone, please have a taste. After that, Taishian Daozi did not open his mouth again. He just sipped his tea silently. The geniuses of the ancient sects and clans sat down and imitated him, raising their cups and sipping their tea. Look, Yuan Yu Holy Sun is here. A commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. Xia Chen, the holy son of Yuanyu, led Shuiyu, Lin-Shi, and the others in from outside the building. He nodded slightly at Taishan Daozi, then walked to the platform and sat down in the seat closest to Taishan Daozi. No matter which world it was, in any situation, the closer one was to the master, the more it represented one's identity. Yuan Yu's sacred ground was a supreme Taoist orthodoxy whose power wasn't any weaker than the Ling people. With Yuan Yu, Holy Sun, sitting in this position, no one dared to say anything. If it were anyone else, they would have been beaten up the moment they sat down. Time passed slowly. The remaining Holy Sons and successors of the supreme Taoist orthodoxies also came and sat around the platform. Chou Yi, the young master of the ancient puppet sect, Zhou Yang, the successor of the Zhou family, Huayan, the saintess of the heavenly illusionary sect, and the other successors of the supreme Taoist orthodoxies sat at the front of the crowd. They looked at Taishan Daozi with a hint of respect in their eyes. Today was the day when Taishan Daozi was sparring. No one in the eastern border dared to disrespect him. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Taishan and Dao. Although the hidden ancient sect didn't have a supreme Taoist title, almost all the leaders of the orthodoxies had warned them not to provoke this Taoist sect. The entire immortal welcoming tower was still extremely quiet. Everyone was focused on drinking their tea. No one dared to open their mouths. Taishan Daozi took the jade teapot from Jiao Yulong and gently poured the tea into his cup. He then opened his mouth and said softly, "Cultivation is like this cup." In an instant, all the geniuses raised their heads and looked at the platform in shock. They saw Taishan Daozi staring blankly in one direction. However, the tea in the jade teapot was steadily poured into the cup. However, perhaps he was born with a disease. The tea in the cup was overflowing, but it didn't stop. Splash. The body is like a cup and Tao is like water. If the body is wide, the water will be filled. If the body is narrow, the water will overflow. Boom! Endless ripples appeared in the entire immortal welcoming tower for no reason. Many descendants of the ancient clans narrowed their eyes. There was a strong sense of fear on their faces. The Tao of body cultivation is gradually declining. People only pursue the true meaning of the Great Path, but often neglect the cultivation of the physical body. Therefore, even if some people comprehend the Tao, it will be difficult for them to reach the Emperor realm, let alone those who haven't. Taishan Daozi smiled faintly. He put down the jade teapot, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. When the body is formed, the Tao will come. The two complement each other. This is why those who have the sacred body can comprehend the Tao more easily. Everyone, let's work together. I see. Listening to Taishan Daozi's words is better than cultivating for 10 years. Damn, from tomorrow onwards, I will cultivate my physical body and strive to attain the Tao as soon as possible. Haha, this blind man's words are somewhat reasonable. The body is the capital of everything. Just as everyone was exclaiming, a faint laugh suddenly came from outside the immortal welcoming tower, after which everyone saw a handsome figure in white slowly walking in from outside, heading towards the high platform. Fu Yinyao and Xiao, too, followed closely behind him. However, what was incredible was that the two true disciples of the demonic sect were currently covered in spiritual treasure decorations. Their divine robes were overflowing with spiritual light, and the divine artifacts in their hands were glowing. What was even more outrageous was that even the jade hairpin in Fu Yinyao's hair was a divine artifact. Damn! Are you here to discuss the Tao? Are you here to flaunt your wealth? Inexplicably, looking at the two people who were full of the smell of spiritual stones, a hint of envy flashed in the eyes of many prodigies from the various clans. Was this the benefit of following Lord Ling Xiao? Divine artifacts and whatnot were just decorations. Although the prodigies of the immortal welcoming tower had a few divine artifacts in their hands. But didn't you see that the jade bead on Xiao Tu's wrist was also a divine artifact? Gulp. At this time, no one cared about what disgraceful words Ling Xiao had just said. All of their attention was on the divine artifacts that were almost dazzling in their eyes. It seems that there is no room. Brother, do you mind sharing a table? Ling Xiao swaggered to the front of Yuan Yu, Holy Sun, and the others, and very suddenly he kicked Lin Shi to the side and sat in his seat. Lin Shi did not have time to react at all. His whole body slid several feet away on the ground like a dead dog. Clang! However, Ling Xiao did not care about this at all. With a faint smile on his face, he slammed the evil ancient sword on the table. You! Lin Shi gritted his teeth, but in the end he did not say anything. He walked to the side of Yuan Yu, Holy Sun, and sat down. Hold it, I must hold it. Otherwise, once Ling Xiao discovered his identity, he was afraid that he would not be able to walk out of the immortal, welcoming tower today. At this time, Shui Yu-er's beautiful eyes were fixed on the ancient sword in front of Ling Xiao, and there was a faint trace of shock on her face. A Dao artifact. Moreover, it was a high-grade Dao artifact. Chapter 236. There were countless orthodoxies in the eastern border. Most of the famous geniuses would be given a divine artifact to protect themselves. However, Taoist artifacts were not only rare in the eastern border, but also in the entire Xingzhou. Only the supreme orthodoxies would have a few superior-grade Taoist artifacts to pass down their legacies. However, the successor of the Ling people was holding an ancient sword and wearing a starry robe. Both of them were superior-grade Taoist artifacts. What did a scumbag like? Of course, it was a peerless genius who was rich and powerful. The Yuan Yu sage was very strong, but it was hard to say who was stronger than the Ling Xiao. However, in terms of wealth, the Lord Ling Xiao was obviously better. Moreover, it was said that the Ling Xiao was dissolute and loved pampered girls. Would he still have a chance? Shui Yu-er's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She could not help but sigh in her heart. If she had known that the successor of the Ling people was so attractive, she would not have chosen a side in a hurry. No, it was not her fault. Who knew what was wrong with Xia Qin? How could he call a good-for-nothing like Lin Shi his brother? At this moment, the Ling Xiao just smiled indifferently. He suddenly waved his hand and took out 2 jade cups and a jar of divine wine from his interspatial ring. He then filled them up. The fragrance of the wine, which contained surging spiritual power, spread out. Many geniuses could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Even the drinking cup is a divine artifact. Shui Yu-er was completely attracted by the domineering aura of the Ling Xiao at this moment. The successor of the Ling people was probably the only person in the entire eastern border who dared to be presumptuous in front of the great Xian Taoist. Haha, so it's the Lord Ling Xiao? I have long heard that you are unruly. Today, I see that you are indeed so. The Yuan Yu sage smiled indifferently, but there was a hint of gloominess in his eyes. In particular, the hatred on Xiao Tu's face made him feel an indescribable sense of oppression. When he destroyed the Xiao family, it was Xiaowen's own fault. He did not feel the slightest bit guilty. As for the feelings of the original owner of this body, it did not affect him at all. However, Xiao Tu had already joined the myriad Dao Devil sect at that time, and he had hardly left the sect in recent years, so he had no chance to kill him. But now, it seemed that he had been too careless. Judging from Ling Xiao's current attitude, he was most likely going to avenge Xiao Tuesday. If he had put in more effort to kill Xiao Tu back then, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Pucci, if Ling Xiao knew what Yuan Yu Xingzi was thinking, he would probably laugh his pants off. Massacre Dao Law. 3,000 Light of Providence, and an expert had taken over his body. He probably had a supreme treasure that could save his life back then. After all, Xia Qin must be extremely tempting to be able to make his brother betray him with his woman. Wonderful. 3,000 Providence. This expert possession style was indeed very tempting. As for Taishiendozi, a cold glint flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Without any luck, he had comprehended one of the strongest Tao laws in the world, the reincarnation Tao law. Furthermore, for some reason, Ling Xiao felt that there was a power in his body that was extremely familiar to him. But what exactly it was, he couldn't see it clearly. Strange. Logically speaking, Taishiendozi should be a person of great luck to be able to comprehend such a terrifying Tao law power and be regarded as the successor of an immortal sect in the eastern border. But how could it be? And why was he looking at him? Young master, what did you say just now? Seeing that Ling Xiao ignored him, the corners of Yuan Yu, Holy Sun's mouth, suddenly raised into a smile. Are you King hallucinating? Did I say anything just now? Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at Xia Qin coldly. The latter's face froze, and the coldness in his eyes became more and more piercing. Then he smiled faintly and said, "When you entered just now, you called Taishiendozi blind?" Hiss! The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air instantly rang out. Then all eyes were instantly fixed on the high platform. Just now, Ling Xiao's entrance was too shocking, so their attention was focused on his divine artifact. It was not until Xia Qin reminded them that they reacted. Blind? Ling Xiao was really unbelievably domineering. Offending the Taishian Dao sect? Ling people would face a lot of trouble, even if he did that. After all, the cultivation of the Taishian Dao sect master was rumored to be the strongest in the eastern border. Ling people would be in danger if he offended such a strong person. However, surprisingly, there was no anger on Taishiendozi's face at this moment. Instead, there was a trace of inexplicable surprise. As if he felt everyone's gaze, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on his face. Young master is right. I am blind. Gulp. The expressions on the faces of countless geniuses instantly froze. Even Xia Chen's brows were furrowed in confusion. It shouldn't be. Although the Taishian Dao sect was hidden from the world, its dignity had never been challenged. Why was Taishiendozi acting so indifferent today? Daozi is broad-minded. It's not something we can reach. Yes, Daozi's status is so high. Why would he care about slander? However, the crowd soon understood. In the eyes of the Daozi of the immortal sect, they were all ordinary people. Why would a true immortal care about the words of ants? Of course, except for Xia Qin. No one dared to provoke Ling Xiao at this moment. After all, Taishiendozi was broad-minded and didn't care about worldly affairs. However, the successor of the Ling people was famous for being ruthless. If they offended him, they probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the immortal, welcoming tower today. He didn't even care about the Daozi, so why would he care about people from other sects? Come, senior brother Xiao, drink with me. You guys continue. Waiter, give me a plate of peanuts. Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile and turned to look at Xiao Tuesday. Look at these people. They are so hypocritical. Blind people are blind. They don't even let others talk about them. Ah, Xiao Tu's face stiffened. Awesome. The young master was really awesome. His words seemed to have offended all the geniuses in the immortal, welcoming tower. In the corner of the restaurant, Ling Tian and Yi Sen sat together, looking coldly at the young man who was drinking and having fun. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. In particular, Ling Tian couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. This starred really had no scruples. Once he provoked the Taishiendozi, the Ling people would face a disaster. Although Ling Tian hated Ling Xiao and the moon of Xianyuan deeply, he still had feelings for Ling Tianlin and the Ling people. While this father of his was a little unfair, Ling Tian could understand his difficulties to a certain extent. After all, it was the palm of his hand. In the end, Ling Tianlin and the moon of Xianyuan completely broke up because of him. Although the Ling people looked down on him, his father had always stood behind him. Haha, everyone, let's continue the discussion. Taishan Daozi didn't pay attention to Ling Xiao anymore. Instead, he picked up the teacup and poured all the tea on the table in front of him. Everyone knows that the great path is heartless. The so-called heartless refers to the absence of desire and action. Therefore, the root of cultivation is to cultivate the heart. Puffed. However, before Taishan Daozi finished speaking, below the high platform, Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of wine directly on Lin Shi's face. Chapter 237. F***ck. Lin Shi was taken aback. Then his face turned ferocious. Why? Why does this bastard seem to be targeting me no matter what he does? Moreover, no matter how I change my appearance, he will still target me? Coincidence? But there are too many coincidences, right? Could it be Elder Ling? But that old thing is clearly in a deep sleep. Why would he send me a message? No, to be safe, it seems that I have to increase the dosage. Otherwise, the fortune in Dao Comprehension Mountain's secret realm would have fallen into someone else's hands. Moreover, what made Lin Shi feel a little strange was that Ling Xiao did not have the aura of the spiritual fire. Could it be that the undying heart flame did not end up in his hands? Ever since he cultivated the burning scripture, Lin Shi had an inexplicable sense of all the flames in the world. He did not believe that Ling Xiao had the means to completely hide the aura of the spiritual fire. Brother Lin, please calm down. Xia, Qin shook his head slightly. In the end, Lin Shi gritted his teeth and glared at Ling Xiao. Then he took a deep breath and turned his head away. That's interesting. Seeing this, Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. No wonder he was taken over by an expert. He was so calm. His provocation did not shake Xia Chen's mind. Lin Shi, on the other hand, had unknowingly contributed 200 points of providence to him. Oh, it seems that young master has a different opinion. I wonder what young master thinks of this Dao. The Taishan saint raised his eyebrows and looked at Ling Xiao with a pair of dull eyes. There are millions of Daos in the world. How am I supposed to know? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Instantly, a look of resentment appeared on the faces of the prodigies. F***ck. If you don't know, then just listen obediently. Why are you always on the side? We just had some enlightenment, but you interrupted us in an instant. Haha, young master is right. Perhaps I am too narrow-minded. Unexpectedly, the Taishan saint was not angry at all. He just nodded and smiled, not saying anything else. It seems that I am a little late. At this moment, a sweet laughter suddenly came from the front of the building. A beautiful figure dressed in red with a white fur coat over her shoulders suddenly walked in from outside. It was as if she had caught a glimpse of a beautiful swan. It's the eldest daughter of the Cloud-Gathering Merchant Alliance. Suyen. I didn't expect her to come. So beautiful, I like it. The entire restaurant was oppressed for a moment before bursts of exclamations could be heard. Even Yuan Yu Sage, Lin Shi, and other people with the mandate of heaven flashed a hint of surprise in their eyes. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Moreover, the sickly frown on her forehead was like the finishing touch, moving one's heart and soul. Taishan Daozi. Su Yan bowed slightly towards the Taoist on the stage. The latter nodded and smiled warmly, looking very elegant. Then, everyone's gazes landed on the young miss of the Cloud Alliance once again. At this time, the Immortal's welcoming tower was already full. I wonder who will be lucky enough to sit at the same table as the prided daughter of the #1 clan in the Xingzhou continent, Cloud-Gathering Business Alliance. If one could win the favor of this woman, it would be an opportunity for any clan's prides to ascend to the heavens. Miss Suyen, I don't want to work hard anymore. Hurry up and turn me over. Su Yan ignored the eagerness in everyone's eyes. She lowered her head and smiled faintly. With light steps, she walked straight down the stage. Is she going towards Yuan Yu Sage? Yes, Sage Xia's name is well known. Not only is his cultivation tyrannical, but he is also the dawn of the righteous path. He deserves this honor. Bah, you are so hypocritical. However, just as Su Yan walked in front of Xia Chen and the others, she suddenly bent over and said to the infatuated Lin Shi, "Young master, huh? Could it be? It's me. Could it be misfortune is a blessing in disguise? It's Nian Qingyun who was blind and greedy for vanity and was bewitched by Ling Xiao. It seems that there are still women in this world who are so wise." Lin Shi's face was slightly red. He raised his head and looked at the fair and beautiful face in front of him, faintly excited. "Young master, can you give me a seat?" "Huh." The entire immortal welcoming tower was silent for a moment. Then, Lin Shi's face turned completely ashen. You damned ancient sect geniuses. Why do you all have to step on me?" At this moment, his mentality completely collapsed. He even no longer suspected that Ling Xiao was deliberately targeting him, because everyone seemed to be targeting him. Nonsense. Lin Shi's cultivation was the lowest at this table, and he looked the most unfamiliar. He was obviously the easiest person to deal with. His luck was gone, and his identity was starting to become humble. "Brother." Yuan Yu Sage shook his head slightly, indicating for Lin Shi to be patient. The corners of his mouth faintly curled up. It seemed that Su Yan wanted to sit next to him. Although he was possessed by an immortal emperor, his identity was different from before. If he wanted to return to his world and fight against the two top immortal emperors, he had to accumulate enough strength. Moreover, so many years had passed. Who knew if the two of them had taken that step and become venerables? Since Su Yan was the successor of the Cloud Alliance, this path would be much easier with her help. But before Xia Chen pondered for too long, Su Yan turned her head and smiled at Xiao Tuesday. "You are senior brother Xiao, right? I wonder if you can exchange seats with me?" "Huh." The expression on Xia Chen's face froze instantly. Xiao Tu only hesitated for a moment before he got up and sat in Lin Shi's original seat. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Beep, the chosen one's mind wavered. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 luck points and 2,000 villain points. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao was extremely calm. Su Yan must have come for him this time. But what surprised him was that this immortal emperor couldn't resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. "Lord Ling Xiao!" Su Yan sat down and looked at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes. There was a touch of shyness on her beautiful face. "Young master, it's so crowded. You don't mind me sitting here, right? I don't know why, but leaning against you makes me feel inexplicably warm." Boom! Hearing Su Yan's words, all the ancient race geniuses in the immortal, welcoming tower widened their eyes. What did I just hear? The successor of the Cloud Alliance, Su Yan, who controlled most of the wealth in the Shenzhou, was actually asking for Ling Xiao's opinion? Even vaguely, there was a hint of humility. Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. As if sensing the hatred in everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao's face bloomed with a gentle smile. "Haha, Miss Su, you're exaggerating. It's never crowded around me. Other than wine glasses, I'm only waiting for you. But I see that your face is pale and your body is cold. You must be freezing, right? Come, give me your hand. I'll warm it up for you." After saying that, without waiting for Su Yan to refuse, Ling Xiao directly held her soft and jade-like hands and gently rubbed them. "How about now? Isn't it warmer?" F***CK. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the rapid beeping sound in his mind, Ling Xiao's smile grew wider. On the other hand, Su Yan's beautiful face had long become lifeless. Young master. Do you know, the moment you blushed, I even thought of the name of the child. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled faintly. He seemed helpless and melancholic, but the gentleness in his eyes inexplicably carried a trace of affection. Chapter 238. Haha, I won't tease you anymore. This divine brew of mine contains 99 kinds of spiritual herbs. It can stimulate saliva, stop coughing, relieve urination, and nourish the body. Miss Sue, do you want a cup? Come, make it this tall and drink it in one gulp. Ling Xiao let go of Su Yan's hand, picked up his jade cup, filled it with divine brew, and handed it to her. The shyness on Su Yan's face quickly dissipated, and she nodded with a smile. Of course, I have to try it. Lin Shi and Xia Chen's faces were also somewhat gloomy. However, compared to Lin Shi, Yuan Yu Sage adjusted his state of mind in a moment and calmly sipped his tea. It seemed that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. He didn't expect him to have such means and temperament at such a young age. In the eyes of outsiders, the successor of the Ling people was arrogant and presumptuous. However, it wasn't until now that Xia Chen realized how terrifying he was. Behind the arrogance was absolute confidence and absolute strength. If Taishan Daozi's attitude was just a coincidence, then Su Yan's humility was enough for Xia Chen to realize many problems. If Ling Xiao was really just a brainless playboy, how could this proud girl take the initiative to throw herself into his arms? Even to the extent that her jade-like hands were touched, she would gladly endure it. It was rumored that the successor of the Yun Alliance had a very cold personality. He was quite something. It seemed that he had to be more serious. Haha, how is it, Miss Sue? Are you starting to feel warm all over? Ling Xiao nodded and smiled as he looked at the girl who was pouring the divine brew into her mouth. He picked up the wine jar and poured her another cup. In the hall, everyone's eyes were no longer on Taishan Daozi. Instead, they were all focused on Ling Xiao and Su Yan, who were drinking and teasing from time to time. F***CK. This bastard. How dare he openly enjoy himself with a beauty in front of Taishan Daozi's platform. What a jerk. However, why do I feel a little envious? Moreover, what was even more incredible was that Taishan Daozi wasn't angry at all. He just calmly drank his tea. Daozi, in any case, you are the young backbone of my eastern frontier. This Ling Xiao is so presumptuous. Aren't you going to express your anger and suppress his arrogance? Don't you feel bloated after drinking so much tea? Or are you thinking about how to deal with him later? Haha, this immortal brew is indeed miraculous. Just one cup and my entire body feels warm. Su Yan clearly couldn't handle the alcohol. Or rather, this immortal brew was too intoxicating. After drinking just one cup, her pretty face was actually faintly red. Even her pair of clear eyes revealed a trace of indescribable charm. Swish! Many people looked at the drunken beauty, and there were tears at the corners of their mouths. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and Yiga can drink 6 bottles. Why did I get drunk with just 1 cup of celestial brew today? F***CK. It's good that you like it. Your cold body needs to be nourished with warm yang energy. Otherwise, the night will be long. I'm afraid Miss Su won't have it easy. Ling Xiao smiled and clinked his glass against Su Yan's. He tilted his head back and drank. That's right. Yesterday, I saw young master releasing a wisp of aura outside the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. It was extremely hot. I'm afraid young master has a spiritual fire of heaven and earth on him. Su Yan's drunken eyes were mesmerizing, but there was a faint trace of darkness in the depths of her eyes. With her cultivation realm, of course, she wouldn't be really drunk. She was just using it to lower Ling Xiao's guard so that she could get some information from him. Haha. Ling Xiao smiled but didn't say anything. But Lin Shi's expression suddenly became a little dazed. A wisp of aura? A spiritual fire of heaven and earth? F***CK. Wasn't the person who released a wisp of spiritual fire in front of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion? Could it be Lin? She seemed to have suddenly understood something. When he looked at Su Yan again, his eyes were filled with excitement. The successor of the Cloud Alliance was looking for me. But in the end, Ling Xiao, that shameless bastard, impersonated him. He has a spiritual fire of heaven and earth on him. So this guy had been deliberately deceiving Miss Su Yan all along. For a moment, Lin, she really wanted to release the flames in his body and loudly tell Su Yan that he was the one she was looking for. He wanted to expose Ling Xiao, that bastard's hypocritical mask. But soon, Lin, she calmed down. He was afraid that once his identity was exposed, Ling Xiao would quickly beat him to a pulp. Lin, she even suspected that with Ling Xiao's current means, he wouldn't even have the chance to open his mouth. Spiritual fire. Xia Chen's eyes also flashed with a trace of hesitation. He glanced at Lin Shi and indeed saw the latter's body trembling slightly as if he was trying hard to suppress something. I see. But if it was someone else, Xia Chen wouldn't care. It was just a woman. He had experienced countless of women in his previous life. But this Su Yan had a lot of money on her waist. She was really a rare helper. If he were to give it to Lin, he was really a little unwilling. From the beginning to the end, Shui Yu didn't open her mouth. She only glanced at Ling Xiao occasionally with a hint of greed in her eyes. He was indeed the successor of Ling people. Even someone like Su Yan took the initiative to approach him. It seemed that she didn't have a chance. After all, compared to the successor of Yin Alliance, her Yinfan's sacred ground wasn't even supreme. What right did she have to compete with her for a man? Lord Ling Xiao, you are the ocean that I will never cross in my life. Berry flowers for one life, empty for 3 lives. You still don't want to admit it. Su Yan frowned slightly and looked at Ling Xiao's playful and slightly surprised eyes. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. But your expression has already betrayed you. Come, it is my honor to meet Miss Su today. So, after this cup there are 3 more cups. Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a cold snort suddenly came from outside the building. A wisp of absolute coldness quietly spread out. Even with the strength of the elites present, they felt a chill in their hearts, and their hair stood on end instantly. What a terrifying aura! But just as everyone turned their heads to look in shock, they saw a graceful figure with moonlight around her body, slowly walking in from outside. Green lotuses bloomed under her bare feet. She was indescribably sacred and arrogant, yet also intimidating. Nian Qingyan, the goddess of the Tao Palace, was here. Many elites began to breathe rapidly, and their eyes were filled with fascination. They were even more excited than when Su Yan had entered just now. She was the goddess who brought disaster to all races. This sentence wasn't just for show. Even if the goddess of the Tao Palace covered her face with a white veil, it couldn't stop her aura from shocking the heavens. Qingyan. Lin Shi's eyes instantly turned red, and he clenched his fists tightly. Even if he thought that he had already let go of the woman who had once deeply loved and deeply hurt him. But until he saw her again, he realized that some people had already become an obsession. The more you love, the more you hate. Beside him, Xia Chen's eyes were also filled with intense shock. But with his experience, no matter how beautiful a woman was, how could she lose her composure like this? It's the chaotic spiritual divine body. In an instant, Xia Chen only felt that his breathing was rapid and the blood in his body was spurting out. He actually faintly felt that he was going to lose control of his momentum. This was the second chaotic spiritual divine body he had seen in his life. The ethereal aura that was emitted from her body was definitely not wrong. Is it my fate or my tribulation? Chapter 239. In his previous life, Xia Chen had proven his Tao through killing. He had achieved unparalleled emperor's prestige and was known as the Killing Emperor. He was recognized as the most powerful person below the honorable realm in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He had created the Killing God Palace and was unstoppable. However, he didn't dare to claim to be the most powerful among his peers, because there was a woman, or more accurately, a descendant of the Celestial Dynasty. When she was born, the entire world recognized her as the next ruler of the world. Xia Qin wasn't convinced and fought with her on the peak of Gumu Mountain. There was no third person who saw that battle. It was one of the few defeats that Xia Qin had suffered in his life. The descendant of the Celestial Dynasty had the chaotic Tao law and could create all living things with a wave of her hand. It was as if the world, the rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars were all under her control. The Slaughter Tao law was the most powerful Slaughter Tao in the world. However, it was still defeated in front of the chaotic Tao law. A figure was planted in Xia Chen's heart. It was a peerless emperor's shadow, cold and arrogant, although Xia Chen had never seen her face under the golden mask. Just the sight of her back was enough to make him intoxicated for 300 years. He knew that he didn't deserve it, so he only looked at her from afar. However, this aura was like the dew from the 9 heavens, buried in his heart for a long time. He couldn't forget it for 2 lifetimes. He didn't expect it. He was lucky enough to meet the woman with the chaotic divine body again. Judging from her aura, she was still in the middle stage of the Powong realm. If he could capture her before she achieved the Tao, not only would she be a perfect match for him to reach the peak of the world in the future, but he would also be able to resolve his biggest regret. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of gloominess in the depths of his eyes. Xia Qin had such a strong will and was calm when he saw Su Yan. Why did he reveal such an expression when he saw Nian Qingyun? Could it be that he saw through Nian Qingyun's background or her constitution? On the stage, Taixian Daozi's face was also solemn, especially when Nian Qingyun's gaze was completely fixated on Ling Xiao. It made him feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Saint Xia Qin, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to look at my fiancé like that. Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyes out to go with my wine? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, causing Xia Chen's expression to stiffen. Lin Xi's gaze also landed on Ling Xiao. In particular, the uneasiness in Xia Chen's eyes inexplicably caused Lin Xi to feel an indescribable resentment. I treat you as my big brother, but you're thinking about my woman? Miss Su, is this wine tasty? Nian Qingyun strode over to Ling Xiao and glared at him coldly. Su Yan narrowed her eyes. She was well aware of the relationship between the goddess of the Holy Ji Palace and Ling Xiao. However, it was said that the two of them didn't get along well, especially Nian Qingyun, who was extremely against this marriage. But looking at the cold expression on Nian Qingyun's face, it seemed that the rumors weren't true. Get out of the way. Nian Qingyun coldly glanced at Fu Yuniao. She didn't know why, but when she saw this vixen, she felt uncomfortable all over. Ling Xiao smiled helplessly. In the end, Fu Yuniao didn't dare to say anything and took the initiative to leave her seat. Although the young master was licentious, he treated Nian Qingyun extremely well. She was just a servant, so naturally, she didn't dare to provoke her. It was just that this woman was really annoying. Miss Su, I'm afraid you don't know about Ling Xiao's bad reputation. How dare you drink the wine he gave you? I'm afraid you'll fall into his trap after 3 cups. Nian Qingyun coldly snorted and glanced at Ling Xiao coldly. Hearing that, Ling Xiao's face was filled with helplessness. My wife, you're speaking as if I'm a bad person. Why? Did something happen to you after drinking my wine? You. Nian Qingyun gritted her teeth. She naturally couldn't say such a shameful thing, but the smile in Ling Xiao's eyes made her feel extremely sullen. Ling Xiao, don't forget what you promised me. I remember. Come, my wife, try this wine too. Get lost. Immediately, don't touch me, Nian Qingyin suddenly exclaimed, and it terrified everyone present to the point their faces trembled, and a wisp of surprise surged out from their eyes. What was wrong with Goddess Nian? Why did she reveal such a panicked expression? When they thought about what she said just now, a trace of craftiness could be seen in many people's eyes. Could it be that she fell into Lord Ling Zhao's trap? Su Yan, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better stay away from this bastard. Otherwise, you'll only harm yourself. Nian Qingyin knew that she had lost her composure, and her beautiful face suddenly turned red. Then, she returned to her usual coldness. Haha, Goddess Nian, can I interpret your words as a threat? Su Yan smiled and actually took the initiative to snatch the wine cup from Ling Zhao's hand and lightly took a sip. Her appearance was enchanting and moving, and she seemed to have a provocative expression. Nian Qingyin was furious. She wasn't threatening Su Yan. She was just kindly reminding him. Of course. She wasn't sure if she had other motives. In short, she was very annoyed. She was annoyed by those women around him. Humph, you're on your own. Nian Qingyin snorted and didn't say anything else. Su Yan looked at Ling Xiao with drunken eyes. Young master, will you harm me? IF*CK. A suicidal question? I have always believed that this world is full of love and kindness. Being kind to others will be rewarded. There's no need to think so badly of others. Ling Xiao sighed, and there seemed to be a grievance between his eyebrows. When they heard his words, at least 5 people in the immortal, welcoming restaurant had the impulse to draw their swords. Haha, I believe in young master's character. Moreover, Goddess Nian, you're just engaged. If you don't like it, just break off the engagement. Why are you so aggressive and ruining my reputation? Su Yan raised his head and poured the cup of wine into his mouth. At this time, she didn't use her spiritual power to force the wine away, for fear that it would arouse Ling Zhao's suspicion. As a result, her face turned redder and her body felt inexplicably hot. This wine was really effective. Even the coldness in her body seemed to have dissipated a lot. Why do you care about my business? Nian Qingyin really didn't expect that there would be such a stupid woman in this world who would voluntarily jump into the fire pit. Sure enough, men were all pigs, especially handsome men. Ling Xiao. What a trick. Haha, others are afraid of your ethereal Taoist palace, but my Yunlai business alliance isn't. Someone you don't cherish will naturally be cherished by others. Goddess Nian, you'd better not be angry and think more. Su Yan's face was cold and fearless. In terms of strength, she might not be a match for Nian Qingyin, but in terms of wealth, Nian Qingyin. It wasn't that Su Yan looked down on her, but even the wealth of the entire ethereal Taoist palace was less than the Yunlai business alliance. If I don't cherish someone, others can't have him because I'll kill him with my own hands. Nian Qingyun's body was surrounded by dense light. Apparently she was really angry. But if you're angry, then be angry. Why are you venting your anger on me? If you have the ability, kill Su Yan. If you don't cherish him, why do you have to kill me? Ling Xiao was very sullen at this time, but his rationality told him to restrain himself, especially now that there were 2 women on his left and right who were fighting for his attention. If they were to explode, his life would be in danger. Therefore, space management and whatnot were sometimes really dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he was afraid that he would be smashed into pieces. He would be nothing. So, Nian Qingyin hates Ling Xiao so much from the bottom of her heart. Beside the 3 of them, Xia Chen and Lin Shi's eyes flashed with joy at the same time. In this case, it wasn't impossible for them to plot something. Chapter 240. Qingyin, I knew that you were forced to do this. Your coldness is just a cover for me. You must hate Ling Xiao, right? Because of him, We have to pretend to hate each other. Lin Shi's eyes were filled with tears. I'm 20 years old this year. Taoists are discussing the Tao. Big Brother is at the front, shaking his teacup and staring at my wife. From today onwards, I swear with tears that everyone must kneel before me. The grief and indignation in his heart gradually disappeared. At this moment, Lin Shi only felt endless regret, self-blame, and anger. I should have known. Why did I suspect Qin Yin? She's such a kind, pure, and innocent girl. At this moment, Lin Shi had probably forgotten what Nian Qingyun said in the Sunset Mountain, that the next time they met, they would fight to the death. He also forgot how many nights he tossed and turned in bed and made those vicious vows. That's why this bootlicker's mentality was so stable. Betrayal and anger, of course. He had to find the reason from himself. How could the goddess be wrong? I'm the one in the wrong. Forgiveness is self-cultivation. When Xia Chen felt Lin Shi's body tremble slightly, he wondered if this guy was sick in the head. He had been trembling for the entire night. However, he was aware of the relationship between Lin Shi and Nian Qingyun. On the day of Ling Zhao's engagement, a young man with the surname Lin came to provoke him. In the end, he was crushed by the successor of the Ling people. On the peak of the Sunset Mountain, a divine overlord demon beast killed cultivators. Ling Xiao came out to stop it and finally found the culprit, Lin Shi. To Lin Shi, Ling Xiao was already a mortal enemy. However, the source of this hatred was Nian Qinyin. Fighting for the creation and snatching the spiritual treasure was understandable. It didn't mean that Lin Shi's character was bad, but this Nian Qinyin was really fragrant. Xia Chen didn't understand the beauty of the chaotic spiritual divine body. He just felt that with the strength of this divine body, Nian Qinyin would sooner or later become the strongest person in the world. If he could establish a relationship with her now, he would have a strong helper when he returned to the upper realm. Su Yan was rich, but he couldn't compare to the goddess of the Holy Ji Palace. If you don't believe me, just look at her sickly appearance. I'm afraid it's a little hard for her to live to 20. At this moment, Xia Chen seemed to have forgotten how excited he was when Su Yan entered the room. As for Lin Shi, he had long since seen through the concept of being brothers. In this life, he didn't want to be the kind and generous god emperor anymore. He wanted to be an emotionless god of slaughter. He had had enough of the taste of betrayal. As long as they entered the mystic realm and found the good fortune, Lin Shi's usefulness would probably come to an end. What a pitiful son of heaven. His luck was gone, and he was even stripped of his qualifications to be a human. Beep, the child of destiny has evil intentions. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 luck points and 2,000 villain points. Is it starting now? It seemed that Lin Shi's good big brother wasn't very reliable. However, from the way he looked at Nian Qinyin, Ling Xiao had already guessed many things. It was obviously unreasonable for a person who had been betrayed by his brother to still value loyalty. What? Can it be done in other people's novels? In other people's novels, they were protagonists who could do anything. Haha, my wife. I promised you that as long as you can defeat me, I'll be willing even if you kill me with your own hands. Don't worry. I won't be like someone who tried to take over your body and plot to take revenge on you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Xia Chen, who was pondering for a moment, was stunned. Take over his body? Take revenge? Willingly. Hiss. For a moment, the massacred Tao law in Xia Chen's body had already been activated. There was a sudden gust of cold wind in the immortal's welcoming tower, but it was extinguished very quickly. How could it be? Was it a coincidence? Xia Chen raised his head and looked at the successor of the Ling people, who had a bitter expression. He felt as though there were 10,000 horses galloping through his heart. His death was a mystery even in that world. However, given Emperor God Qin Yang's temperament, he might not really believe that he was dead. After all, that treasure had disappeared with his divine soul. However, it was 10,000 times harder for experts to descend to the lower plane than for the weak to ascend. He didn't believe that Emperor God Qingyang would send his disciples to the lower plane to kill him. However, maybe he had also left behind an inheritance in this world, just like him? Damn it. It must be so. Otherwise, how could a native from the lower plane know all this? Damn. However, this Ling Xiao probably doesn't know that I'm the one he's talking about, the one who took over his body to avenge him. Otherwise, why would he dare to mention it in front of him? Xia Chen glanced at Ling Xiao with a gloomy face. However, he didn't dare to make eye contact with him to prevent others from seeing the murderous intent in his heart. Once they entered the mystery land, he would have 10,000 ways to kill this ignorant kid. By then, Nian Qinyin would naturally be a piece of cake. Haha! It seemed that he had to think of a way to let Lin Shi and Ling Xiao meet. Once Lin Shi died, he could use the excuse of taking revenge for his brother to get rid of Ling Xiao. It would be flawless, and he could even gain the favor of Goddess Nian. However, he didn't know if Ling Xiao could hold on until they entered the mystery land. Judging from Nian Qingyun's words, she intended to get rid of this fool on the peak of Enlightenment Mountain. Why not persuade Goddess Nian? Haha, everyone. Shall we continue the discussion? Taoist Taixian didn't say much. He just quietly watched the farce in the hall. His pair of dull eyes faintly revealed a profound look. The entire Immortal's Tower quieted down again. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. The Great Path is merciless. Wait a minute. However, as soon as Taoist Taixian opened his mouth, Ling Xiao opened his mouth again and interrupted him. Damn! Was this bastard testing Taoist Taishuan's bottom line? Could it be that he wouldn't stop until he died today? Young master, do you have something to say? Taoist Taixian was stunned. He looked at Ling Xiao with a faint smile. For some reason, under his turbid eyes, Ling Xiao actually felt like he was being seen through. This feeling was extremely strange. It was somewhat illusory, but it was real. Interesting. This Taoist Taixian definitely had some amazing secrets. Well, let's test him then. Taoist Taixian, you're wrong. Ling Xiao picked up the wine jar, raised his head and took a sip. A smile bloomed on his face. Oh, what's wrong? Taoist Taixian was still not in a hurry. He just looked at Ling Xiao calmly. Strange. It was really strange. Did this Taoist Taixian eat a heavy stone today? How could he be so calm? Who said the Great Path is ruthless? In my opinion, the Great Path is fair and has feelings. Boom! In an instant, the atmosphere in the Immortal's Tower became oppressive. Everyone looked at the half-drunk and half-awake young man with a strong sense of shock in their eyes. The Great Path has feelings? How ridiculous was that? All cultivators knew that the Great Path was ruthless from the moment they set foot on the path to immortality. This was the truth of heaven and earth. It had been verified by countless supreme masters. However, at this time, Ling Xiao dared to say such absurd words. It was simply an insult to the Great Path. No. This statement was simply an insult to all cultivators in the world and an enemy of the Great Path. Chapter 241. Sir, what do you mean? Taoist Taixian narrowed his eyes, and a strange light flashed in his dim eyes. He had heard of the saying that the Great Path was sentimental. However, the person who said that had died hundreds of years ago. The Great Path is sentimental? Haha. If the Great Path is sentimental, then what's the point of cultivating the spirits of the plants in the mountains? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and the starry robe on his body shone brightly. Plants are emotionless by nature. Cultivating the Great Path requires transfiguration. Only by experiencing emotions can they achieve great success. The Great Path is sentimental? It's just that the people of the world are stubborn and ignorant. The Great Path is sentimental and trustworthy. It can be passed on but not accepted. It can be obtained but not seen. It has its own roots. It has existed since ancient times. Gods, ghosts, gods, and emperors are born from heaven and earth. It is not considered high before Tai Chi. It is not considered deep below the six extremes. It is not considered long before the heavens and earth. It is not considered long before the heavens and earth. It is not considered long before the heavens and earth. It is not considered old after the ancient times. The Great Path has both the heavens and the earth. The heavens create something out of nothing and change within it. Change can be different, but also nothing. The foundation of the Great Path and the earth become one. The Great Path gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things embrace yin and yang. Do you understand? Boom! As Ling Zhao's voice fell, the entire immortal tower suddenly stirred up an endless spiritual wind. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at the unruly figure who was drinking with his head tilted back. The Great Path gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. What kind of logic was this? What kind of enlightenment was this? Creating something out of nothing and creating something out of nothing? Although they could not understand the profound meaning of these words with their cultivation levels, it did not stop them from thinking that these words were very impressive. Very impressive. Even Xia Chen was staring at the young man in front of him with his mouth agape. Faintly, he felt that his cultivation level was showing signs of loosening. Damn, he was too careless. Someone actually understood it? Ling Zhao's eyes trembled slightly. He looked at Xia Chen, whose aura was gradually becoming chaotic, and his lips suddenly curled into a sinister smile. I really couldn't tell that Lord Ling Xiao had such a deep understanding of the Tao. Yes, after listening to the Lord Ling Xiao's words, I feel that I have wasted my entire life cultivating the Tao. It's fortunate to meet you here, young master. Hearing everyone's flattery, Ling Xiao shook his head and chuckled. What the hell do I know about Tao? I don't need to comprehend the great Tao to cultivate. I can just plunder it. I only recited a few famous sayings of the ancient sages, but I didn't expect this group of natives to be so high. Saying that the great Tao is heartless is a fallacy. The true great Tao lies in love. Only with great love and righteousness can one succeed in the Tao. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked deeply at Nian Qingyan. His eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of ridicule. At that moment, the goddess of the Holy Ji Palace's face was frozen. The clear light in her beautiful eyes was piercingly cold, and the aura around her body fluctuated. It was obvious that she was also experiencing an extreme struggle. Emotionless Tao Palace? Today, I will break your Tao heart and personally mend it for you. Qingyan, give up those inherent opinions and be infatuated with me. Clap, clap, clap. On the discussion platform, Taoist Taishan clapped his hands gently. There was also shock on his face. What Ling Xiao said today was profound and engraved in his heart. In Taoist Taishuan's opinion, with his understanding, he had the potential to split open a mountain. What young master said today is the first time I have heard in my life. I am willing to call young master the most reasonable. It's just some superficial words. However, I am indeed the most reasonable person. I have always convinced people with my virtue. Taoist Taishan continue. Ling Xiao turned and sat back at the table. Su Yan's eyes were already filled with curiosity. Originally, she had approached Ling Xiao because she coveted the spiritual fire on his body. However, what Ling Xiao said today was equally shocking to her. Invincible immortal beauty. Indeed, no one who could obtain this title was mediocre. An elegant young master with a broad path to immortality. He was not a bad match? What young master said just now has come to an end. I have nothing more to say. However, since everyone is here in Tao Comprehension City, you can go to Tao Comprehension Mountain tomorrow. I have a good fortune, and I am willing to share it with everyone. Taoist Taishan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He stood up and walked out of the pavilion. The opportunity on Tao Enlightenment Mountain? Could it be that faceless jade wall? The immortal wall that can reflect past and present lives. That's right. It is said that someone once saw karma and reincarnation on the immortal wall and comprehended the Tao overnight. That's why this mountain is called Tao Enlightenment Mountain. Opportunity. Didn't they say that ordinary people couldn't comprehend the immortal wall? I guess Taoist Taishan is happy today. After Taoist Taishan left, the entire pavilion instantly fell into an uproar. The geniuses of the various clans who were suppressing their emotions called the waiter and ordered good wine and delicacies. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and began to drink and have fun. Nian Qingyun sighed softly and turned to leave. Wife, tonight's moonlight, whoosh! Wife, wife, you! Ling Xiao stared blankly at the figure who left the immortal's tower without looking back. Then a bitter smile appeared on his face. This Nian Qingyun was afraid of being tricked by him. It seemed that he had to give her more encouragement and love. Young master, it's getting late. Su Yan has also gone back. I won't be going to Tao Enlightenment Mountain tomorrow. We'll meet again when the mystic realm opens. Su Yan stood up and smiled at Ling Xiao. Her slightly blushed face was really tempting. Meet again when the mystic realm opens? Miss Su, aren't you going to participate in the Million Sect martial arts competition? Ling Xiao was taken aback. Su Yan gave her a subtle look before he left. Damn, it seemed that with money, one could do whatever they wanted no matter where they were. Let's go. Seeing the 2 women leave, Xia Qin and the other 2 also stood up and wanted to leave. At this time, Xia Qin already understood that the relationship between Ling Xiao and Nian Qingyun was not as harmonious and loving as he thought. Tonight, she left alone, wondering if she could, of course. She probably had the same thought in his heart. But before that, he still wanted to get in touch with the successor of the Cloud Alliance and expose Ling Xiao's hypocrisy. There was no other reason. As long as it could make Ling Xiao lose face, he would not hesitate to do it, even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. Just as Holy Lady Yinfan stood up and was about to leave, Ling Xiao's eyes inadvertently glanced at her. There was a trace of unconcealed greed in his eyes. Shui Yu's heart trembled, and even her footsteps were a little flustered. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? But in front of Xia Qin, she did not dare to show a trace of affection for Ling Xiao. But thousands of ripples appeared in her heart. A peerless young master, who even Su Yan and Nian Qingyun were jealous of, was interested in her. What can I do? Of course, I really and purely like him. Outside the welcoming immortal's tower, the 3 people, each with their own thoughts, stopped and looked up at the starry sky with deep eyes. Brother Xia, Brother Lin, Saintess. The 3 people opened their mouths at the same time and were stunned at the same time. Then there was a trace of gloominess in their eyes. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin. I suddenly remembered that I still have a few friends in Enlightenment City that I haven't visited, so Xia Qin smiled faintly. Help yourselves. Okay, Brother Xia, the moonlight tonight is charming. I also plan to go outside the city to enjoy it. Then I'll go back to the courtyard first. The 3 people who came together finally understood where their Tao was after listening to Taoist Taishuan's lecture. Chapter 242. Double Shadow, go ahead. In the immortal welcome pavilion, Ling Xiao raised his wine cup and drank the last drop of wine before he suddenly grinned. If he wasn't wrong, Xia Qin had most likely chased after Nian Qinyan, but she was his woman. How could he give others a chance to take advantage of her? Old and new grudges, my dear Bebe. As for Lin, she haha. If he went after Su Yan, he would only be asking for trouble. Judging from the cold aura around the successor of the Cloud Alliance, she was on the verge of death. The heaven and earth spirit fire was her only chance to extend her life. Lin, she had one, but he didn't have Ling Zhao's identity. In other words, given Su Yan's standards, would he fall in love with a mountain boy? Did he want the heaven and earth spirit fire? Wouldn't it be easier to kill him? If Ling Zhao hadn't interfered, there might still be some feelings between the two of them. But now, haha. Everyone thought that on the path of cultivation, beauties loved to turn the tables on losers. If it wasn't for the fact that she could show her face more, who wouldn't want to marry a handsome and powerful successor of an ancient clan? Wake up! The gathering of the elites had come to an end. There were some strange things scattered on the ground. Many girls started to exchange cups and get to know each other. Connections were useful no matter where one went. Young master, shall I send you back? Fu Yinyao looked at the drunk young man, and a sly look flashed across her eyes. The moonlight tonight was really beautiful. Go back? No. I still want to watch a good show. Ling Zhao shook his head and smiled. He suddenly disappeared in front of them, leaving behind a trail of wind that lingered for a long time before dissipating. Young master. However, just as Ling Zhao appeared outside the Immortal's tower, a charming female voice suddenly came from a dark corner. Ling Zhao raised his eyebrows and turned around. As expected, he saw a ghost concubine leaning against the wall and looking at him shyly. She was indeed a scumbag. He had flaunted his wealth and ignored her for a long time. Then he gave her a hint at the right time. Ding! Your little dear will arrive in 3 seconds. Oh, so it's Holy Maid Nin Fan. Ling Zhao pretended to be puzzled and asked, Is the Holy Maiden waiting for me? Is something the matter? Hee, Lord Ling Zhao, may I have a word with you? Shui Yu smiled enchantingly, and her whole body was hidden in the darkness. Saintess, what's the matter? I still want. However, just as Ling Zhao's figure followed Shui Yu into the small dark alley, the latter's pair of jade-like hands suddenly wrapped around his neck. Young master, I want to follow you. Saintess, please conduct yourself with dignity. I'm someone with a family background. Ling Zhao panicked and turned his head to avoid Shui Yu's red lips. I know, but with young master's heroic appearance, I feel that young master deserves 2 women. Young master, this servant is sincere. Shui Yu's eyes seemed to contain a pool of lake water with undulating waves. After witnessing everything in the immortal, welcoming pavilion today, she was even more certain that this young master was the one who was worthy of entrusting her life to. She liked to play with men when she was in love, but she was really a good girl. But I already have 4 women. I'm afraid that I won't have time to manage if I have more. But your attitude is so sincere. Ling Zhao's mouth suddenly raised into a smile, and there was a faint trace of greed in his eyes. As long as young master wants, I'm willing to do anything for young master. Shui Yu's red lips were tightly pursed, and her charming face was slightly red. She looked as if she was waiting for him to do whatever he wanted to her. So it's like this, I want to take you. Ling Zhao nodded with a smile and reached out his hand to grab Shui Yu's shoulder. Young master, so direct, but I like it. Shui Yu's delicate body trembled slightly, and she was about to throw herself into Ling Zhao's arms. At this moment, she clearly saw that the eyes of the young man in front of her suddenly bloomed with a strange soul light. Then, the expression on her face completely froze. What did you do to me? Shui Yu suddenly broke free from Ling Zhao's hand and stood in the dark with a flustered expression. I said, I want to take your dog life. But before that, Go to Lingbao Pavilion and find Lin Shi. Tell him that Nian Qingyun is waiting for him in the north of the city." Ling Xiao didn't look back and walked towards the north of the city. Shui Yu was about to catch up with him, but her footsteps suddenly stopped and she instinctively rushed towards Lingbao Pavilion. Who am I? Where am I? What do I want to do? In front of Lingbao Pavilion, Lin Shi hesitated for a while and finally walked into the pavilion. This little brother, our Lingbao Pavilion is closed. Please come back tomorrow. In the pavilion, the two young maidservants looked at each other with a trace of ridicule between their eyebrows. "I am not here to buy spirit treasures. I want to see Miss Su Yan." Lin Shi fiercely clenched his teeth. Nian Qingyun was his love, but now it seemed that Su Yan was very interested in this young man who played with fire. If he could get to know her, it would be a good thing for Lin Shi. Since that day when he was crushed by Ling Xiao in Ling People, Lin Shi had deeply understood the importance of background. Just like today, he stood in the immortal pavilion and watched those ancient sex geniuses drinking tea and talking about Tao. As for him, he could only stand at the side like a guard without any dignity. This kind of humility made him extremely depressed. Now that he couldn't count on Elderling, and looking at Xia Chen, it seemed that he also had some concerns about Ling Xiao. He had to rope in some new helpers to complete the plan in his heart. Although looking for Su Yan would be in danger of exposing his identity, but don't women hate men who lie? As long as he was useful to her, the successor of the Cloud Alliance would definitely follow him. Otherwise, just look at how lowly Su Yan was at the welcoming Immortals Pavilion just now. Ling Xiao didn't have fire and could still control her. "I am the true successor of the burning scripture, a young man who played with fire." Haha, childish. Do you think women hate men who lie? Women only hate men who are good for nothing. For example, when Lord Ling Xiao lied, he had a different kind of demeanor. "Young master, what did you say? Are you from an ordinary family? But why does the watch in your hand look so familiar? Is it fake? Young master is so low-key. These are all white lies for me to test me. Looking for miss?" Hearing this, the expressions of the two treasure pavilion servants became more and more sarcastic. "Who do you think you are? Do you have spirit stones? Do you think our miss is someone you can see whenever you want?" At this time, Lin Shi had already removed his disguise and revealed his original appearance. He thought that even if he didn't have a background, Lin Shi's name could be considered well known in the eastern border. After all, in the history of the Shenzhou continent, he was the only one who dared to provoke Ling people alone. Although he had never revealed his spiritual fire trump card in front of others, who in the eastern border didn't know that he was good at playing with fire. "Tell Miss Su that I am Lin Shi. Lin Shi." The two servants looked at each other and thought for a long time before a trace of panic appeared on their faces. You are Lin Shi, the one Lord Ling Xiao wants to kill. Lin Shi. Guards. Lin Shi has been exposed. You. Lin Shi's expression changed, and a wave of heat suddenly surged around his body. He had considered the risks, but he really didn't expect that he would be exposed by two extras before he even saw Su Yan. "Stop." At this time, a clear and delicate voice suddenly came from the second floor of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Lin Shi's face trembled and a cold smile appeared on his face. "She's here." Chapter 243. Miss Su. A smile appeared on Lin Shi's face, and the aura around him gradually dissipated. Earlier on, he had intentionally released a wisp of spiritual fire to attract the attention of the beauty. "You are Lin Shi." Su Yan walked down from the second floor, and there was a hint of coldness on his beautiful face. She had naturally heard of Lin Shi's name. He dared to make an enemy of Lord Ling Xiao. There was probably no other fool in the entire eastern border. Moreover, It was said that he had some connections with Nian Qinyan, but to be able to escape from Ling Xiao so many times, this fellow must have some tricks up his sleeve. That's right. Miss Su, it's me. Lin, she glanced at the two maidservants provocatively. I knew it. I, Lin Shi, am famous in the eastern border. Who doesn't give me some face when they see me? Aren't you afraid that I will kidnap you and send you to Lord Ling Xiao? This morning, Ling Xiao had already announced that he and Lin Shi were irreconcilable enemies. No one was allowed to kill him. As long as they reported his whereabouts, they would be handsomely rewarded. Of course, Su Yan didn't care about the reward. What she cared about was Ling Xiao's good impression of her and the spiritual fire in his hands. But just now, she felt that Lin Shi's aura was a little strange. It seemed like another spiritual fire. Haha, Miss Su Yan, I'm afraid you have been deceived by Ling Xiao. Lin, she shook his head and smiled. A trace of satisfaction flashed across his eyes. Ling Xiao, you have humiliated me several times. This time, let's see how I will destroy your reputation. Given his status as the successor of the Cloud Alliance, he shouldn't be afraid of Ling Xiao's background, right? Huh? What do you mean by that? Su Yan raised her eyebrows. It seemed that Lin Shi had come prepared. Was he trying to rope her in to deal with Ling Xiao? Haha, are you that naive? Not to mention that she had some friendship with Ling Xiao now. Even if she didn't, why would she provoke that devil incarnate for no reason? If it wasn't for the fact that her cold qi had penetrated her bones, she wouldn't have wanted to have anything to do with this unpredictable devil sect young master. Of course, this was before today. After witnessing Ling Xiao's charm tonight, Su Yan had other ideas in his heart. He doesn't have any spiritual fire on him. He lied to you. Furthermore, the yang energy that Miss Bai Ri felt was coming from my body. Lin, she sneered. His voice was filled with confidence, and there was even some pride on his ordinary face. Are you saying that Ling Xiao doesn't have the spirit fire? You have it on you? A trace of surprise flashed across Su Yan's eyes. But according to the news she received, there was an 80% chance that Ling Xiao had snatched away the creation in the sunset holy mountain. Haha, young Master Lin Shi, I heard that you were also at the sunset sacred mountain previously. The creation in the mountain was a spiritual fire, right? Yes. The undying heart flame is ranked 20th on the list of spiritual fires. Lin, Shi's face darkened as he said, unwillingly, What you have is the undying heart flame. No, the undying heart flame had already fallen into my hands. But I didn't expect that it would be snatched away by that despicable person, Ling Xiao. Lin, she was so angry that his teeth were itching. Not only that, the only Tao artifact he had, the Green Devil Ancient Cauldron, was also snatched away by that bastard. Haha, so you mean that Lord Ling Xiao snatched away the undying heart flame, but he doesn't have the spirit fire on him? Su Yan's tensed body immediately relaxed as she stared at the young man in front of her with a playful expression. At this moment, she was somewhat suspicious. With Lin Shi's intelligence, how could he escape from Ling Xiao's hands time and time again? Could it be that young master deliberately didn't kill him? Needless to say, this smart woman had thought things through thoroughly. But the more it was so, the more apprehension they had. Ling Xiao didn't kill him, and he even said that only he could take Lin Shi's life. If she were to kill him now, wouldn't it attract unnecessary trouble? But since he had the spirit fire on him, it was really hard to resist this good fortune. No, Miss Su, that spirit fire is indeed not on Ling Xiao. I can feel it. Hearing this, Lin Shi was stunned, especially when he saw the undisguised mockery in Su Yan's beautiful eyes. It made him feel inexplicably uneasy. F***CK. It seemed a little sloppy. Oh, young Master Lin Shi, I suddenly have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree? Su Yan smiled and nodded. Not on him, meant that Ling Xiao didn't merge with the spirit fire. Or rather, he didn't really need the spirit fire. In this case, if she didn't obtain any other items of extreme yang in the secret realm, she could really think of a way to get the spirit fire from Ling Xiao. As for Lin, young master only said that he couldn't kill him, but he didn't say that he couldn't torture him. Miss, please say it. If you are willing to give me the spirit fire in your body, maybe I can help you save your life. Also, you can choose all the spirit treasures in the Cloud Gathering Business Alliance. How about it? Behind Su Yan, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion Master's figure suddenly appeared beside her, and the aura of a divine king quietly spread out. What? Miss, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. The spirit fire in my body has merged with my dantian. If I take it out, won't I become a cripple? But if Miss needs help, Lin, she will naturally do anything. Lin, she gnashed his teeth fiercely. Only now did he understand. What Su Yan needed was not someone who could play with fire, but a spirit fire. Oh no, it felt like he was courting death. If that's the case, then young master, you can be a cripple. Su Yan sneered, and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion Master's figure immediately took a step forward and firmly locked onto Lin Shi's aura. Elder Ling. At the moment of life and death, Lin Shi finally thought of his grandfather. The spiritual energy in his body instantly surged into the ring, and an indescribable and terrifying aura spread out immediately. This aura. Even the Spirit Treasures Pavilion Master's expression slightly changed at this moment, and instinctively he stood in front of Su Yan to protect her. The aura of a god emperor. It turned out that this was the reason why Lord Ling Xiao was unable to truly kill Lin Shi. There was actually a god emperor standing behind him. Miss, do you have any thoughts about my disciple? Elder Ling did not appear, but his voice resounded in the air, unfathomable and mysterious. Nonsense. If he could walk out of the ring, why would he have a grudge over the spirit fruit of Tao? The aura of a god emperor? What kind of aura did he have? He was just relying on the fluctuation of his remnant soul to scare people. Senior, you have misunderstood. Su Yan's beautiful face slightly froze, and she suddenly felt like she was riding a tiger and could not get off. Once this god emperor was determined to kill her, she was afraid that she would not have any chance of escaping today. She was still too impulsive. Brother Lin, are you inside? At this moment, a delicate female voice suddenly came from outside the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Lin Shi and Su Yan's expressions froze at the same time, and there was a trace of joy in their eyes. I advise you not to have any thoughts about my disciple. This old man's temper is not good, and if there is a next time, boom! The monstrous aura suddenly crashed down, and the wooden decorations in the entire Spirit Treasures Pavilion were ruthlessly smashed into pieces, and then disappeared without a trace. Lin, she looked deeply at Su Yan, then turned around and walked out of the pavilion. F***CK. If he did not leave now, he was afraid that he would die here if that God King expert tried to probe him. Chapter 244. God Emperor. Su Yan's face turned colder as he watched the figure walk away. That pressure couldn't be wrong. It seemed that if it wasn't for his identity, he would have been in big trouble today. Miss, do you want me to? The Spirit Treasures Pavilion Master's face was gloomy. She didn't expect that a mere mountain youth would have a god emperor as his protector. No need. Since it's a god emperor, we can't act rashly. Otherwise, if we offend him, we will be in danger. Aunt Yin, send a message to the clan and send 2 god emperors over. As for the rest, we will plan. Su Yan sighed. As expected, people who had spiritual fire were not to be trifled with. Lin, she heaved a sigh of relief after he walked out of the Spirit Treasures pavilion. Unknowingly, his clothes were drenched in sweat. Luckily, I met her with my real face today and didn't expose myself. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with gloominess, but his lips curled into a gentle smile. Elderling, thanks to you, that God King expert didn't follow us, right? No, sure. Where are you? Elderling's voice was a little confused, and his head was in a daze. If Lin Shi hadn't woken him up with his spiritual energy, Elderling would have slept until he died. Elderling, I am at the foot of Enlightenment Mountain. The Myriad Sect Marshal meeting is in 2 days. After that, I can enter the secret realm that you sealed. Lin Shi tried his best to make his tone gentle. After all, it was time for Elderling to contribute his last bit of warmth. Oh, does this mean that I've been in deep sleep for almost a month? Elderling's voice was a little doubtful, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sheer, it seems that our fate as master and disciple is coming to an end. Forget it. I will definitely help you get the immemorial Emperor Flame in the secret realm. With 2 spiritual fires by your side, it should be enough for you to settle down in this world. Hey, who was that person just now? Elderling, I will tell you later. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with impatience. He quietly took a disguise pill and walked towards the girl standing on the street. What a joke! If I told you about Su Yan's identity, you would probably report it to Ling Xiao. All right, Shearer. I released my soul power just now, and my vitality was damaged. I need to rest for a while. Be careful. Wake me up when we reach the mystic realm. Good. Elderling. Lin, she nodded with a smile, and then strode towards Shui Yu-er. This old thing was becoming more and more sensible. He had learned how to sleep on his own without feeding him any medicine. He was an independent old remnant soul. Saintess Water, why are you looking for me? Even though Lin, she was annoyed by this holy maiden Yinfan who looked down on him, it was undeniable that her beauty and strength were not bad. In the future, when he entered the mystic realm, it would probably be of some use. Brother Lin, I saw Holy Sun Xia Chun heading towards the north of the city. Shui Yu-er wanted to say something, but hesitated. Her expression was strange. Oh, you actually followed my good big brother? A cold glint flashed across Lin Shi's eyes. This woman is trying to sow discord between me and Xia Qin? Treacherous. Unfortunately, I saw through it. Although the way Xia Qin looked at Nian Qingyan tonight was not right, Lin, she believed that he was just stunned by the former's beauty. No. Brother Lin, I have heard about some things between you and Goddess Nian. Although I have some opinions about you, I just don't want to provoke Ling Xiao. However, your courage and your loyalty are what I yearn for. Shui Yu sighed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hesitation. Hearing that, Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. What are you trying to say? He did not believe that Shui Yu would praise him out of kindness. Could it be that this woman has taken a fancy to me and wants me to be controlled by her like those idiots? Humph, childish. How can I, Lin Shi, be bewitched by you? That direction seems to be the direction where Goddess Nian left. Shui Yu gritted her teeth and finally sighed. Brother Lin, I don't have any other meaning. I just feel that Holy Sun Xia Qin is not worthy to be our good big brother. What? In an instant, Lin, she felt that the spiritual fire in his body was somewhat uncontrollable. There was no need for Shui Yu to say anything. His figure had already rushed towards the north of the city. Behind him, Shui Yu's face was somewhat blank. However, she did not chase after Lin, she but walked into the darkness. Xia Qin, I regard you as my brother. If you dare to do anything to Qingyan, I will never let you off. Lin, she crazily shouted in his heart. His eyes faintly turned red. Elder Ling. Xia, what's wrong? Elder Ling's voice was somewhat tired. However, when he was about to release his soul power, he saw darkness in front of him. There was not even half a shadow. Help me hide my aura. In the end, Lin Shi chose to be cautious. Shui Yu, and he had always been on bad terms. Who knew if this was a trap deliberately set by her to sow discord between him and Xia Chen? In the north of the city, Ling Xiao sat upright on the top of a tall building. His figure was hidden in the dark. He held a handful of melon seeds in his hand and coldly looked at the two figures not far away from him, until a familiar aura suddenly came from afar. The corner of his mouth raised into a faint smile. All departments, attention! All departments, attention! The actors are in position. Start shooting. Below him, Nian Qingyan frowned slightly and coldly looked at Xia Chen in front of her. Holy Sun Xia Chen, why are you stopping me? A trace of doubt flashed across Xia Chen's face. Did I stop you? I have not caught up with you yet. You stopped me on your own initiative. However, it was understandable for the ice goddess to be a little arrogant. Goddess Nian, when I saw you at the Immortals' welcoming tower, I felt that you are very similar to an old friend of mine. After all, Xia Chen was possessed by an expert and had experienced countless emotions. His pickup skills were far superior to Lin Shi's, who was only 17 or 18 years old. What old friend? As expected, a trace of doubt flashed across Nian Qingyun's beautiful eyes. That's it. At first, he wanted to arouse the goddess' curiosity. Then he would start telling her stories. Whether it was sad or interesting, the two of them had a common topic. It's my younger sister. Unfortunately, she passed away when I was 16. I miss her very much. So, when I see Goddess Nian, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Xia Chen seemed to be lonely. He raised his head and looked at the sky. This way, no one will see me cry. Holy Sun Xia's younger sister? I heard that Holy Sun Xia is an orphan. 3 years ago, he slaughtered his adoptive parents' clan. Could it be that you killed your younger sister with your own hands? Nian Qingyun's eyes were cold, and there was a cold smile on her face. The sadness on Xia Chen's face had not dissipated before it completely froze. Damn! Who was the one who leaked the news? The only person who knew about his past was Xiao Tu and Lin Shi. The two of them had met before and had a heart-to-heart talk over wine. Lin, she mentioned his grudge with Ling Xiao. Xia Chen also told him about his massacre of the Xiao clan. It was because of the exchange of secrets that the two of them quickly established trust. Xiao Tu should not know. He had nothing to do with Nian Qingyun. As for Lin Shi, Beep, the destined children are suspicious of each other. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Under the eaves of the tall building, Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of melon seeds. A sincere smile immediately appeared on his face. It had begun. How could there be an unbreakable mind in this world? The rebirth of the God Emperor? I am the God. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.